Good morning, everyone. Hearing Officer Bivens is experiencing technical difficulties this morning, so we are going to begin the proceeding at 9:30. Everyone can stay in the room, and we will put up a little kind of a banner informing everyone of the delay and the proposed start time.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for bearing with me while I resolve technical difficulties I've been experiencing this morning. Madam Court Reporter, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, good morning. Tekla Clay, CSR 13125.
Very good. Thank you. All right. It is July 15th, 2025, and this is the hearing on the pending petition for long-term transfer filed by Yuba County Water Agency for permit 15026, application 5632. I'm Sam Bivens, the hearing officer from the State Water Resources Control Board's Administrative Hearings Office side of this matter. Today is the second day of the case in chief phase of this hearing. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is also being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and the video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of the recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. If at any time you are experiencing technical difficulties trying to communicate with us or accessing Zoom, please send an email to the AHO email inbox at adminhrgoffice@waterboards.ca.gov. AHO staff will be monitoring the email inbox. With me today are a number of other members of the AHO hearing team, Skylar Anderson, Dan Bullen, Bryan, Nicole Mullen, and Rebecca Stolfus. As usual, Ms. Mullen will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of slides. So again, if you're a witness, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide when you're ready during your testimony. And attorneys, you may ask Ms. Mullen directly to bring up an exhibit. And we will, as customary, take breaks today as needed, but we'll certainly have a mid-morning break and then lunch and so forth until we adjourn for the day at 5 p.m. Appearances. I will carry appearances over. So let's see if I can. We will promote the folks who appeared yesterday, and then if there is anyone else who needs to make an appearance, we'll take that up at that time. So I'm just going to go through the list here of the names I recognize from yesterday. Actually, I think it's everybody. So actually, if my team could simply promote all of the attendees this morning, I think the only new person is Dr. Zettler Mann. So we'll take his appearance on behalf of the league and then move forward. So let's get everyone promoted to panelists, please. I think we've got 4 more folks who need to be promoted as panelists. Bear with us. For some reason, there's a bit of a delay in I guess we'll call it the promotion process. Okay, I think that's everybody, and I believe everyone who's been promoted other than Dr. Zettler-Mann has made an appearance. Dr. Zettler-Mann, I understand you're, obviously a witness on behalf of South Yuba River Citizens League. You also want to make an appearance on behalf of the league as a party?
I'll be speaking on behalf of South Yuba River Citizens League.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Zettler-Mann. Okay, everyone else's appearances carried over from yesterday. So let's get into our agenda. On my agenda today is to finish the cross-examination of Ms. Hanson, which Mr. Becerra indicated would take about 30 minutes yesterday. We'll then move to the presentation of the case in chief of the Delta parties and hear from Mr. Wilson. And then after we've finished with Mr. Wilson and the Delta parties case in chief, we will move to the presentation of the NGO's case in chief. Does anyone have anything else that they'd like to add to my agenda for the day?
May I handle one housekeeping matter while we're on this subject? Hearing
Yeah.
Thank you. When NID uploaded its revised exhibit lists and testimony, we erroneously uploaded NID Exhibit 6, which was stricken from Ms. Hanson's testimony. That was not in the exhibits that were reserved on the parties, but it got uploaded to the site. I understand my staff has been working with AHO to try and get that deleted from the FTP. So just to be clear, that was stricken from Ms. Hanson's testimony. And I see that it's still in the FTP site, but it's not part of our case in chief.
Thank you, and we will figure that out. And I assume good faith. I know the FTP can be challenging sometimes. Thank you for that, Mr. McClure. Anyone else? Shoots.
Yeah, this is Chris Schutz. I emailed the corrected testimony and corrected summary of testimony and updated exhibit list to everyone yesterday. I did not upload it. I hope that's okay, and I want to make sure that everyone received it.
I know I received it. We probably ought to get that uploaded, but I think everybody has that, Mr. Schutz. So, everyone has it. You don't need to drop everything you're doing and upload it now. I would like it uploaded to the FTP. But I think we're good to proceed. Thank you for letting me know.
Thank you.
All right. Any other procedural matters before we begin? Very good. Mr. Becerra, are you ready to proceed with Ms. Hanson's cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. Bivens.
Great. And Ms. Hanson, you recall taking the oath yesterday, correct, for providing your direct testimony?
Yes, I do.
Great. And I will just remind you that you remain under oath. So with that, Mr. Becerra, please proceed.
I realize I have one logistical question. We sent a OneDrive link with our cross-examination exhibits. I just want to make sure they're available.
There were 3 of them, am I correct?
We added more last night.
You added more. All
Same
right.
OneDrive link.
Very good. Okay. My team is telling me that they have them and that they're uploaded. So I saw the 3. And actually, as long as we're talking about at least those 3, I haven't looked at the other ones yet, Mr. Becerra. But as you know, I did exclude a fair amount of information related to FERC proceedings, and I think I've made my position quite clear on the fact that the FERC proceedings are separate from this one.
Yeah.
And I trust that you will be quite focused if you are going to use documents from the FERC proceeding and be prepared to make an offer of proof. I imagine Mr. McClure will have concerns.
Absolutely. I will make an offer of proof when we get to that point.
Okay, very good. All right, then with that, we have the cross-examination exhibits and your witness.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Hanson. When you were testifying yesterday, you referenced a coordinated operations agreement between NID and PG&E, correct?
Yes.
Does that agreement apply to PG&E's Drum Spalding project?
Yes,
Does it apply to any other PG&E projects?
not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any, does NID have any other agreements with PG&E besides that coordinated operations agreement?
For the operations of our system, no, we have power purchase agreements.
Are those the only agreements that NID has with PG&E?
That I can think of, I'm not, there could potentially be other agreements. I'm just not coming to mind right now.
Okay, thank you. To the best of your knowledge, does PG&E operate its Drum Spalding project strictly for hydroelectric generation?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Answer if you know.
I don't know what all the purposes of their project are.
Okay, thank you. Does PG&E pay NID any money for hydroelectric generation under any of those agreements?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
We, as I stated, we have a power purchase agreement with PG&E, but it's not paid for based off of sale of power.
On average, how much per year does NID get paid by PG&E under that agreement?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Is it more than $1 million?
I don't know. It wasn't really relevant to my testimony, so I didn't look into that information prior to this hearing.
In your role as general manager, you don't know how much money PG&E pays NID?
On an annual basis, no, I would be speculating.
What's your best estimate of how much money PG&E pays NID under any of your agreements?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained. Let's move on from this line, Mr. Pizzera.
Thank you very much. Can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 500? And Ms. Hanson, I'll represent this as excerpts of a technical memorandum that Yuba County Water Agency submitted to State Board in 2020. Mr. Grinnell can authenticate it in rebuttal if necessary. Can we please scroll down to PDF page 5? Ms. Hanson, do you see table 2.3?
Yes.
Do you see the column headed NID from Middle Yuba River Subbasin?
Yes.
In your opinion, does that column accurately characterize the volume of basin transfers by NID out of the Middle Yuba River watershed?
I don't know. I've never seen this before.
Do the numbers in that column track your understanding of the volume of water NID exports out of the Middle Yuba River watershed?
No, it does not appear to. I'm unclear where this data is coming from.
Can you please refer to, I believe it's footnote 3 to the table?
Okay.
You see that the referenced gauge is located at the Milton Bowman Tunnel outlet?
Appears to be.
Is that tunnel owned by NID?
Yes.
Does NID monitor the flows of the USGS gauge referenced here?
Yes, but I'm not familiar with the data. I've never pulled it.
You've never reached an understanding of how much water measured by that gauge NID exports from the Middle Yuba River watershed?
No.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I said no.
You see in the table 3, the column labeled PG&E with deliveries to NID and PCWA from the South Yuba River subbasin?
Yes.
Does PG&E deliver water from the South Yuba subbasin to NID?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Sorry,
I'm
what?
not sure what you mean by deliver.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bivens, I need to make sure I understand your ruling on the objection.
Yes, well, I was going to ask for the question again, frankly. What was the question again?
Does NID deliver water from the South Yuba River watershed to NID?
No, that was not the question,
Wasn't the question.
Council. It was,
Well, I'll
Okay.
make it the question.
All right, that can be the question. Mr. McClure, are you objecting to that phrasing of the question?
no.
Okay. Then go ahead, Ms. Hanson.
Well, the question changed. So
I
I think that the question was, does NID deliver water to NID?
let me just ask it again. Does PG&E deliver water to NID from the South Yuba River watershed?
Sometimes, not always, not in every year.
Okay. What years does PG&E deliver water to NID from the South Yuba River watershed?
Can you clarify what you mean by deliver? We have a shared system, so is that what you're referring to?
Does NID purchase water from PG&E?
Yes, but not in every year type.
What year types does NID purchase water from PG&E?
Generally when we are running low on water supply, so that would likely be in more of the dry year types.
To the best of your knowledge, is that water delivered by PG&E from the South Yuba River watershed?
I do not know exactly where they pull all of their deliveries from. Some of it obviously would be.
Can we please pull up exhibit NID 2? I'm sorry, I believe the number got changed as a result of the evidentiary ruling.
Might be looking for 3 in that case.
I'm currently looking at NID exhibit NID 1C, which states that NID 2 is a listing of NID's water rights.
Let's figure this out here.
And NID's exhibit list shows that as well.
Okay, that's yes, it should be. So, Ms. Mullen, if you're looking in our S drive at least, it's currently marked NID Exhibit 1. So I'm not sure what's happening there, but the exhibit you want, there we go.
Okay, just for clarity of the record, we're looking at an exhibit marked NID 1 with the heading NID's P226 water rights in the Yuba River Basin.
Okay.
Ms. Hanson, is this an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes,
Did you state in your testimony that this is a list of NID's water rights in the Yuba
I
River?
did.
Can we please scroll down to the lines S13927? Do you see that line, Ms. Hanson?
Yes.
Does this line state that NID claims a water right in PG&E's South Yuba Canal?
Yes, but PG&E does not own the South Yuba Canal anymore. We do.
You own this. Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. Do you see that the source of water for that water right is the South Yuba River?
I do.
Does NID exercise that water right in the South Yuba River?
Yes.
How much do you divert on average annually under that water right?
I do not know.
You know what years NID exercises that water right?
No, we have well over 50 water rights, and I am not familiar with the time of use of each one of those water rights.
But you do use that one, S13927, correct?
I would assume so.
Okay, there's a speculation objection. I'm going to overrule it. Ms. Hanson, you can answer if you know.
I don't know. I would assume so.
Do you see the next line, water right S13928?
Yes.
And do you see that the NID claims a water right in PG&E's Drum Canal?
Yes.
Do you see that the source is from the South Yuba River?
Yes.
Does NID exercise that right to divert water from the South Yuba River?
Yes, I would assume so.
Do you have an estimate as to how much water NID diverts under that right?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Those water rights are in canals, correct?
It appears to me I'm not familiar with the details related to the water rights.
Does PG&E route water into those canals?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Overruled. Ms. Hanson can caveat her answer if she needs to.
I am not familiar with PG&E's operations.
Okay, thank you. To the extent you know, under those two water rights, what uses does NID make of the water from the South Yuba River?
I am not familiar with the water rights to indicate what the allowable use is under them.
Okay, thank you. Can we please go back to Exhibit Yuba Water 500? Ms. Hanson, we're on table 2.3 again in the column that begins with PG&E. Do you see any columns here where NID diverts water from the South Yuba River?
Your question was a little confusing. You were referencing the PG&E column, and now you're referencing the table. Can you clarify, please?
Sure. Do you see the PG&E column in the table?
I do.
To the best of your knowledge, are PG&E's exports from the South Yuba River the source of NID's water rights in the South Yuba River?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. Are we talking about the, oh, I won't make a speaking objection.
Thank you. I'm gonna overrule.
I don't, I am not comfortable speaking to any of PG&E's water rights. They weren't relevant to my testimony, and I'm not familiar with them.
Are PG&E's water rights relevant to NID's water supplies?
We are not responsible for PG&E's water rights. I'm not quite clear what you mean by relevant.
Does NID receive water diverted from the South Yuba River watershed, diverted by PG&E?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Like I said, I am not at all familiar with PG&E's water rights that come through the system. Our system's extremely complicated, and we alone have several water rights. I'm not familiar with PG&E's water rights.
Is it fair to say you're not familiar with PG&E's diversions from the South Yuba River watershed?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Hanson, is it your opinion that Yuba County Water Agency should have spent Yuba River Accord revenues on a Narrows 2 extension intake?
Objection, beyond the scope of direct.
Well, cross is not limited to the scope of direct in these proceedings, but Mr. Becerra, where are we going with this?
Mr. McClure cross-examined Mr. Whittlesey yesterday at some length about the proposed Narrows 2 intake extension. and I'd like to understand NID's position on that.
Then I will make a relevance objection that this witness's personal opinion on that matter is not necessarily reflective of NID's position, which was the exact objection that was sustained when I inquired into similar questions of Mr. Grinnell.
Well, I think Mr. McClure, it sounds like he's going to ask about NID's position, and, you know, Ms. Hansen is probably in as good a position as anyone to talk about that. So, Mr. Becerra, you can go ahead with this, but let's keep it brief.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hansen, is it NID, let me phrase it this way. Is it NID's position that Yuba County Water Agency should have spent Accord transfer revenues on a Narrows 2 intake extension?
It's concerning that the Narrows 2 intake extension project, that is a requirement of an existing water rate, was not constructed, and to date we have not been provided a reason why. Whether you spend Yuba Accord revenues or other revenues is, I don't know that I care too much about that.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we please, Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 502?
Okay, objection,
Yeah, I was.
relevance.
Yeah,
This-
that's where I'm going. Hang on. So I see this letter to the FERC secretary also references NID's FERC relicensing project, which I've excluded a fair amount of evidence about. So, Mr. Becerra, what are we going to do with this document?
Yes, thank you. This is the offer of proof I intend to make. Mr. Bivens, this document contains Yuba's best analysis of the feasibility and costs associated with a Narrows 2 intake. It was submitted to FERC. However, it is its best analysis of the water right term that Ms. Hansen just referenced in her answer to my cross-examination question. And she expressed concerns about why Yuba had not spent money on this project. So I intend to briefly ask her about whether she has ever reviewed this technical analysis.
All right. Well, let's start there then. I'll allow it, and we'll see what Ms. Hansen has to say about her knowledge of this document.
May I renew my objection, hearing officer, and assuming that we're going to get, when we get to the admissibility of evidence, that there would be a limited admissibility of this document to the scope of this cross-examination regarding Narrows 2, as this document was sought to be introduced by NID 3 or 4 times in this proceeding and was excluded at every opportunity.
This particular document was excluded?
Document, if it's not this one, it's in the same chain of materials.
Well, I think okay. So fair enough, Mr. McClure. I think the limited admissibility suggestion is probably a good one. It doesn't sound like Mr. Becerra is offering it for any other purpose. Mr. Becerra, would you stipulate to the limited admissibility of this document along the lines that Mr. McClure provided?
Yes, we may submit it on rebuttal, but for these purposes, it's for Ms. Hansen's understanding.
Okay. With that, let's proceed.
Okay, Ms. Mullen.
And by the way, that's not to suggest that I'll let it in on rebuttal, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
Understood. Thank you. Understood. Can we please scroll down, Ms. Mullins? And I believe there's a cover letter, and we'll need to get to the first page of the technical memorandum. Thank you. There we go. Ms. Hansen, have you ever seen this report?
I would think so, but I couldn't say with certainty.
Does NID receive notice of documents in its FERC relicensing from FERC?
Yes, many.
Many, yes. Can we, Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to the first page of the content? And I'm sorry, for the record, what we were just talking about was the cover page. Thank you. And Ms. Hanson, do you see that this is a 2023 document?
Yes.
And do you see the last paragraph currently on the screen?
Yes.
Can you please read that paragraph?
YCWA's conclusion is that N1 or N2 intake extension would provide only minor temperature benefits at most and would be infeasible from a timing, environmental, and cost standpoint for the reasons summarized below.
Thank you. Do you
I'm
understand?
gonna move to strike that last testimony from the record. The document speaks for itself. Don't know why we need our witness to read that into the record.
Overruled.
Ms. Hanson, do you understand that N1 refers to Yuba County Water Agency's Narrows 1 power plant?
I do not know. I do not see it defined in the page that is shown. Oh, there it is. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so just for clarity of the record, do you understand that N1 refers to Yuba County Water Agency's Narrows 1 powerhouse?
Yes.
And do you understand that N2 refers to Yuba County Water Agency's Narrows 2 powerhouse?
Yes.
And it is that Narrows 2 powerhouse about which you just expressed concerns a few minutes ago. Is that accurate?
Yes, after you asked. Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, has NID done any technical analysis that demonstrates a Narrows 2 intake extension would be feasible?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, feasible.
Overruled. Ms. Hanson, you can qualify your answer.
No, it wouldn't be NID's responsibility. The State Water Board included that condition in your water right. It's not up to NID to opine on the technical or benefits associated with any such project constructed.
Move to strike non-responsive.
Overruled.
Ms. Hanson, just has NID done any analysis of a Narrows 2 intake extension?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't know. There has been a lot of analysis that was completed during the FERC relicensing as well as ongoing conversations. I couldn't say with any certainty.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 501? Ms. Hanson, do you see that this is excerpts of the State Board's revised decision 1644?
Yes.
You know whether it's this decision that inserted the water right term concerning the Narrows 2 intake into Yuba County Water Agency's permit?
I don't know with certainty.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the second page? And we'll have to rotate this one 90 degrees. Do you see that the figure, Ms. Hanson, do you see that the figure 1 shown on the screen depicts the location of New Bullard's Bar Dam and Reservoir?
Yes.
And Yuba County Water Agency owns that dam and reservoir, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, does this figure accurately depict the location of that dam and reservoir?
Yeah, it's a fairly rudimentary sketch.
Do you see that the figure also depicts the location of Englebright Reservoir?
Yes.
Do you understand that the lower Yuba River is the portion of the reservoir? I'm sorry. Do you understand that the lower Yuba River is the portion of the river downstream of Englebright Reservoir?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
What part are you, I'm not clear what portion you're referring to, the entire portion between Englebright and the Feather River?
I can ask the question again. To the best of your knowledge, is the lower Yuba River the portion of the river downstream of Englebright to the Feather River?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
I don't know that it has an official name. I've heard it referenced as that, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, is it commonly referenced as the lower Yuba River?
Yes.
Do you see that the figure depicts the location of the Marysville USGS gauging station?
Yes.
I'll refer to that as the Marysville gauge. Do you understand that?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, does this figure accurately depict the location of the Marysville gauge?
Objection, foundation, speculation, relevance. The document speaks for itself.
No, overruled.
I have no idea. I've never visited the Marysville gauge.
Do you understand that Yuba County Water Agency releases from New Bullard's Bar must flow past the Marysville gauge before it becomes transferable?
Can you restate that first part?
Okay, let's try it this way. NID is presenting in this proceeding concerning Yuba Accord transfers, correct?
NID has presented testimony that is requesting that any flows required by current or future regulatory environmental obligations are protected from Yuba Accord transfers.
Do you understand this proceeding is about Yuba Accord transfers?
Yes, this is a Yuba proceeding.
Do you understand that Yuba's water does not become transferable until it flows past the Marysville gauge?
To the extent that it has been included in others' testimony during this hearing. However, as I stated before, many of these questions are not relevant to my testimony, and therefore I did not familiarize myself with Yuba's operations.
You are presenting in a proceeding concerning Yuba's water transfers, correct?
Objection, asked and answered. Argumentative.
Sustained as to both, actually.
Thank you. Ms. Hanson, does NID divert any water between New Bullard's Bar Dam and the Marysville gauge?
I do not know exactly where our points of use for our water rights on the middle or south Yuba River are.
You're not aware of the location of NID's points of diversion? Is that accurate?
No, I am not.
Do you know whether NID diverts water upstream of Englebright Reservoir?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
Upstream, yes, we do have water rights that we are allowed to divert on the South Yuba River and some tributaries, but like I stated, I'm not certain on their exact point of use.
Do you know whether NID diverts any water from the Yuba River downstream of Englebright Reservoir?
We have diversion rights on Deer Creek, but I don't believe that it's downstream of Englebright.
Okay, thank you. Can we please go back to the table of NID's water rights, which I believe is marked as NID 1. Ms. Hanson, are any of the water sources identified in this table located between New Bullard's Bar Dam and the Marysville gauge?
Like I said before, I don't know their exact points of use. I couldn't tell you from this table.
Do you see in your table here the column place of storage or diversion?
Yes.
Do you know whether any of the places listed in that column are located between New Bullards Bar Dam and the Marysville Gauge?
I couldn't answer with certainty. The question is a little ambiguous in that when you mean between, do you mean directly between? Many of those are related to the south and to the east of New Bullards and Englebright.
Okay, I'll clarify. New Bullards Bar Dam is on the North Yuba River, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Just for clarity, the court reporter will ask us to say yes or no. So
Yes, Mr. Becerra.
okay, thank you. For clarity of the record, let me just ask again. New Bullards Bar Dam is on the North Yuba River, correct?
Correct.
Does NID divert any water from the North Yuba River?
No.
Does the North Yuba River flow into Englebright Dam? I'm sorry, reservoir.
Yes, but like I stated before, I am not familiar with Yuba's operations. I don't feel that I have the expertise to be able to answer these questions effectively.
Okay, thank you. Do you see in your exhibit on the screen again the column place of storage or diversion?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, are any of those places located in the Yuba River system between New Bullards Bar Dam and the Marysville Gauge?
Objection, foundation, she's testifying.
Overruled. Ms. Hanson, caveat your answer as you need to.
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. To the best of your knowledge, are any of the locations in the column place of storage or diversion located in the Yuba River system between New Bullards Bar Dam and the Marysville Gauge?
Does not appear to be.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we please go back to Exhibit Yuba Water 501, Ms. Mullen? Do you understand that there are minimum stream flow requirements that apply at the Marysville Gauge?
I am not familiar with them. They're not relevant to my testimony.
Are minimum stream flow requirements at the Marysville Gauge relevant to NID in any way?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
It's an interesting question. Overruled.
Can you ask that question again?
Sure. Are minimum stream flow requirements of the Marysville Gauge relevant to NID in any way?
Same objection as to time, as to what the meaning of relevant is.
Okay, yeah, actually, that's fair, Mr. McClure. Mr. Becerra, relevant is the problem. I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead and rephrase.
Can we please go to Ms. Hanson's testimony in NID 1C? And go to page 5. Ms. Hanson, do you see paragraph 12?
Yes.
In this paragraph, you express concern about an unimpaired flow regime applying to NID, correct?
Yes.
If that were to apply to NID, NID would have to bypass water past its facilities, correct?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, would that water potentially end up at the Marysville Gauge?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Overruled.
Yes, and I think that was the primary point of our providing testimony, was to ensure any regulatory obligations related to in-stream flows were not included in any future Yuba Accord transfers. And based off of the testimony we've heard, it's not clear in the language that was provided by Yuba in the draft order, and that's simply what our request is.
Move to strike non-responsive.
Overruled.
Ms. Hanson, NID diverts from the Yuba River system, correct?
Yes, that was established yesterday.
If an unimpaired flow regime were imposed on NID, it would have to release more water down the Yuba River system, correct?
Yes, without seeing the regulatory program of implementation for an unimpaired flow standard, I would be making assumptions about what would be required, but that is what we would assume.
Is it possible the water NID would have to release under an unimpaired flow regime would end up at the Marysville gauge?
It's possible.
To the best of your knowledge, does NID currently release any water for the purpose of meeting minimum stream flow requirements at the Marysville gauge?
I do not know.
Do you know whether there are any fish species listed under the Endangered Species Act that use the Yuba River between Eaglebright Reservoir and the Marysville gauge?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
Yeah, I'm not a biologist. I would make an assumption that yes, there are. I couldn't tell you all of the species.
Do you know whether spring run Chinook salmon is a species listed under the Endangered Species Act that is in the Yuba River?
Yes, but once again, this is not relevant to my testimony.
Thank you. Do you know whether steelhead is an Endangered Species Act listed species that is in the lower Yuba River?
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, sustained. I mean, I think I excluded some of her testimony because she does not appear to be a biologist, Mr. Becerra, and this can all be,
Okay,
the listing status can be established in plenty of other ways. So let's move on.
thank you. To the best of your knowledge, Ms. Hanson, does NID assert it has no responsibility for maintaining conditions in the Yuba River for species listed under the Endangered Species Act?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
That is not true. We have been concerned about the yellow-legged frog.
Okay. Ms. Hanson, to the best of your knowledge, does NID assert it has no responsibility for maintaining conditions in the lower Yuba River for fish listed under the Endangered Species Act?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. Assert is a very broad term.
Overruled. Ms. Hanson, caveat as you need to.
Well, this isn't relevant to my testimony, and because most of any testimony related to FERC relicensing, which is where this topic comes to play, I did not review that information. We do feel that Yuba's operations are likely the most impactful to species of concern in the lower Yuba.
Move to strike non-responsive.
Overruled.
We'll stop there. Thank you very much, Mr. Bivens.
Okay, great. Let's see. Department of Water Resources, do you have cross-examination for Ms. Hanson?
I do not. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Mandel-Rice, the state water contractors have cross-examination for Ms. Hanson?
I do not. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see. I have a couple of questions for you, Ms. Hanson. And the first one is, so you and Mr. Becerra had a colloquy about a NERA's intake expansion project. Is that right? And I think you indicated that constructing that project is or requires a condition of Yuba Water's water rights. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and what water right or water rights contain that requirement?
Which number? I don't have it right in front of me to quote the number.
Okay, let me ask this a different way. Is there a state water board order I should review to understand what that condition requires specifically?
Yes, it's my understanding it was, and I apologize, I don't have it in front of me to quote it. It was, I believe, related to an extension, and the water right required the construction or demonstration of moving towards the construction of the extension project. And we have previously asked for documentation. There was a series of kind of quarterly reports and some grant writing activity that was supposed to be demonstrated as part of that requirement. And to date, we have not seen that has been actively being worked on.
Okay, and all that is what it is. But let me just ask one more question on this. Is that requirement contained in? Sorry, I have read a lot of. As I said yesterday, I wrote a lot of documents.
Mr. Bivens, I can provide that information if you like.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I was going to ask, is it in what is it? Corrected order water right 2008-004?
There are two orders that address this. The first is revised decision 1644, without getting into an argument, we disagree with Ms. Hanson's characterization of the term, but there is a term about diligent prosecution of an extension. And then it is discussed further in the corrected 2008 order.
Okay, that's helpful. I will take a look at those. And I certainly know the 2008 order is in the record. And I think one of your cross exhibits that you went through just now was already 1644, correct, Mr. Becerra?
It was 2 pages of a 175-page decision. Yes.
Very good. I think I am capable of finding the full decision in the state board records if I need to. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. All right, Ms. Hanson, just moving on from that topic, I guess I'll ask in a general way. Has NID how do I want to phrase this? So NID's, the way I understand NID's position in a very general way is that it is concerned about the potential disposition of current or future regulatory flows that may be required to release from Yuba River facilities. Is that a fair, very general characterization of NID's position?
Yes, it is.
And I'm just curious, has NID ever considered conducting a transfer of the type that's issued here if it's ever required to release those regulatory flows from its facilities?
I'm not quite sure I'm following. Can you provide clarification? I'm just not understanding the question.
Yeah, I guess, well, I mean, the transfer we're talking about has a few different components, but one of them is the transfer of water that Yuba Water is required to release to meet minimum in-stream flow requirements. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And so if NID is concerned about the potential disposition of flows that it may be required to release to meet in-stream flow requirements in the future, I'm just curious if NID has ever considered conducting a similar transfer of those flows.
No, we have not. Transferring water because we are in the upper watershed and we do not have a rim dam is extremely difficult to do. And if the transfer component had a monetary component, we would have a really difficult time meeting any refill requirements. So we have not considered a blanket type of transfer document. And I'd have to look into the legality of any monetary compensation related to future potentially required in-stream flows. I just don't know enough about it.
Okay, that's fair enough. I was just curious if it's something you had considered in the past. Okay, I think that's all my questions for Ms. Hanson. Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. McClure, do you have any redirect for Ms. Hanson?
Just a few questions. Ms. Hanson, Mr. Becerra put a table up on the screen and asked you some questions about NID's water rights and diversions. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that NID is currently operating in accordance with all of its water right terms and conditions?
Yes, we take great pains to do so.
And Mr. Becerra asked you some questions about NID's position concerning flows in the lower Yuba River and whether NID took the position that it was not required to meet any requirements in the lower Yuba River. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that NID's Yuba Bear project is currently undergoing relicensing?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that in those relicensing proceedings, NID may be subject to additional in-stream flow requirements once the new license goes into effect?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that some of those flows would be released or not diverted by NID its upstream reservoirs and diversion facilities and instead make their way down to the lower Yuba River?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that under the unimpaired flow concept proposed in the draft Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, NID would be required to bypass or not divert water from upstream water sources to meet regulatory requirements in the lower Yuba River?
Yes.
Those would be future requirements that NID is not currently subject to, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
All right, very good. I think that ought to do it for Ms. Hanson. Thank you very much for your testimony today, Ms. Hanson. We appreciate your time. With that, who do we? I believe we have the. Oh, and you are excused, Ms. Hanson. With that, I believe we were going to turn to Mr. Reese and the Delta Party's case in chief. Mr. Reese, do you have an opening statement you'd like to present?
I have a brief one, but if we could take just a few minutes, I need to get my witness in here. He was in the other room waiting for this to finish.
Yes, well, now is probably a good time for our mid-morning break anyway. So let's take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 10:40 and pick up with your opening statement.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ma'am, are you ready to go back on the record? Wonderful. Okay, Mr. Ruiz, I see you, and I see half of Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Morning, gentlemen. Mr. Ruiz, are you prepared to proceed with your opening statement?
Yes, I am.
All right, please proceed.
Just briefly, the statutory purposes of the South Delta Water Agency and the Central Delta Water Agency include, but are not limited to, protecting the water supply of the lands within their boundaries against salinity, and to assure the lands within the agency's boundaries have a dependable supply of water of suitable quality, sufficient to meet present and future needs. Pursuant to their enabling statutes, SDWA and CDWA may assist landowners and water right holders within their boundaries with the protection of vested water rights and may represent the interests of those parties in water right proceedings such as this one. Protestant Rudy Musi Investment LP owns and farms lands within the boundaries of both SDWA and CDWA and exercises riparian and other rights to irrigate its lands. As evidenced by the fact that we have one witness, the SDWA's party's case is focused on a couple of key points. The project was conditioned on the Yuba order, which requires compliance with D1641, which includes meeting South Delta water quality objectives, including the one at Old River Tracy Road, which we're referring to in this proceeding as OLD. The rediversion of Yuba Accord transfer water by the state and federal projects was not to occur if the objective at OLD was being exceeded. The SDWA parties are affected by poor water quality in the southern Delta channels. The SDWA parties believe conditions of a permit must be enforced for the water rights process to have meaning, and that a project that operates in violation of a term should not be extended. Mr. Wilson's brief testimony, through which he will briefly discuss the background of the project relative to its effect on the SDWA parties, and his findings that a significant amount of water was rediverted while the old objective was exceeded. Mr. Wilson's testimony also provides his analysis and opinions related to certain hearing issues. With that, I will ask Mr. Wilson to summarize his testimony. But first, I'll do a couple of foundational matters just to make sure we're oriented. Mr. Wilson, is SDWA1 a true and correct copy?
Hang on, Mr. Ruiz. I need to administer the oath to
go ahead. Sorry.
Mr. Wilson. Nice to see you again, Mr. Wilson. Let's do the oath, and then I will turn you back over. Mr. Wilson, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ruiz, you can proceed with Mr. Wilson's presentation of his written testimony.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Wilson, is SDWA 001 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And is SDWA 002 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
And is SDW8 a summary of your testimony?
Yes.
Did you prepare SDWA 3, 3A, SDWA 4, and 4A in connection with your work in this matter?
Yes.
And did you review and consider SDWA 5, exhibits SDWA 5 through 8 in developing and preparing your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And before you begin your summary, are there any changes to your testimony that you need to point out at this time?
Yes.
And what are those?
In my written testimony on SDWA 1, on page 13, paragraph 21, line 11, there's a reference to a site's 335, and that reference should read 334R.
Are there any other changes?
And then to my presentation, SDWA 008, page 4, in the table, there are dates, and instead of writing 2014, I had a typo of 2104. So that year should read 2014 in the table.
Any others?
That's all.
Okay. With that, would you present your testimony at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Rees. Good morning, Hearing Officer Bivens and members of the hearing team. My name is Gregory F. Wilson. I'm a principal at Wilson Water Resources. I also previously worked for the Division of Water Rights from 1999 through 2011. During my time with the division, one of my responsibilities was to process water transfers. I drafted the order for Exhibit Yuba Water 205, and during the hearing for corrected order Water Right 2008-014, I was a member of the hearing team and cross-examined the Department of Water Resources witnesses on impacts of additional exports, and assisted the executive director in briefing the board regarding this matter. Next slide, please. The scope of my testimony was to review the subject petition and accompanying supporting documents, to also review compliance with corrected order 2008-014 by reviewing readily available data regarding the EC at the Old River compliance station. I was also asked to evaluate several hearing issues and whether the transfer has the potential to injure parties in Central Delta and South Delta Water Agency. And then finally, consider terms and conditions that should be included in any order approving the proposed transfer to protect senior water right holders within Central and South Delta Water Agency. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of the implementation of corrected order Water Right 2008-014. I prepared two memoranda dated April 16th, 2024 and April 28th, 2025, detailing exceedances of the old objective during Yuba court transfers between 2008 and 2023. My conclusions of these two memoranda are, first, that between this time period, 2008 and 2023, approximately 59% of the water rediverted at the Clifton Court Forebay or the Jones Pumping Plant was done so while the EC at Old exceeded the objectives contained in D 1641. The second conclusion was that the carriage water percent applied to these transfers varied between 20 and 35%, and that the application of the carriage water percent did not result in the EC objective being met at all. Now, next slide. And this is a table that is taken from my memorandum. And it shows just year by year the amount diverted at Clifton Court Forebay and Jones Pumping Plant, the amount diverted while exceeded, and then this percent with the carriage water shown on the far right column. I wanted to highlight a couple years out of this table. First, in 2008, there was a temporary urgency change requested by the department and Yuba to specifically authorize the transfer and joint point operations while the Southern Delta salinity objectives were not being met. And so you'll notice that if you look in the data, despite the fact that the EC objective did exceed the requirements during 2008, I have a 0 because of that temporary urgency change order. Then I wanted to note in 2014 that I mistyped there, that the data was not available to me I requested this data from the State Water Board back in January of 2024, and the 2014 report was not available. It was indicated that there was some delay in receiving it from the Bureau of Reclamation. So that I estimated the data in that, and I believe that estimate is an underestimate, and so that would actually my percent of exceedance is underestimated. And then I wanted to highlight 2020, 2021, and 2022 as three relatively dry years where the carriage water percent varied from 35% to 25%. The percent of water rediverted while the objective was exceeded did not seem to improve.
Mr. Wilson, before you move on, I just want to orient myself to understand this spreadsheet or excerpt of spreadsheet here. So I guess I shouldn't lean in, but it's hard to see the numbers. So let's just take 2020 as an example. I believe the second column of the spreadsheet shows the total amount of Yuba transfer water rediverted at CCF Jones plant. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have the next column reads exceed in acre feet. And is that the amount of water that, in your opinion, was transferred at that pumping plant while the water quality objective at Old was exceeded?
Yes.
Okay, and then the percentage is just column 3 divided by column 2.
Correct.
Okay, cool. I understand. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. And so as I was saying, between 2021 or 2020 and 2022, which were dry years, and I believe 21 and 22 were critically dry years, the carriage water percentage goes down. The percent of water diverted while exceeded stays the same for the first 2 years and then is very high in 2022. So again, there's no real correlation between the carriage water percent and whether or not the objective was met. Next slide, please. So now we go on to evaluation of hearing issues. Quickly, have changes occurred or new information become available since the issuance of the corrected order? And I believe my memoranda represent new information. And I also want to point out that the conditions that are not complied with, if you have a finding of no injury that's based on conditions, if you don't comply with those conditions, then it would invalidate the finding of no injury. And also point out that the terms and conditions related to the export of Yuba Accord water at the Clifton Court, Forbay, and Jones pumping plant in the proposed order by Yuba Water are the same as the terms in corrected order 2008-14. Next slide, please. Just looking at the hearing issue 1D, will the transfer cause changes in the amount or timing of water exported? I note that some water is backed up into upstream storage as a result of the transfer. And I want to be clear that because Yuba does not add the Shasta Dam or Oroville as a point of rediversion, that's not actually Yuba's water that's in the reservoir. That's an exchange for CVP and SWP water. And so the CVP and SWP water that is made available as a result of this backing up of water may be exported outside of the transfer window. So there are less limitations. Next slide, please. Hearing issue 3B, what would be the fate of the proposed 200,000 acre feet of transfer water in the absence of an approved transfer petition? As been stated before, the Yuba Accord flow schedule will not change. Yuba claims that the water would be available, their transfer water would be available for export by the SWP and CVP without compensation to Yuba Water. However, I note there's no quantitative analysis of potential exports under this scenario. So there's just the assumption that the water would be picked up at the same rate. And I question that and question whether or not there might be other intervening users in between. Next slide. The evaluation of hearing issue 6A, and this is related to the conditions for reservoir refill, carriage water, and stream flow depletion factor. And so we can go to the next slide. As we've heard, the refill criteria track the refill of transferred water to ensure that it does not occur during balanced conditions. And just in general, for transfers, refill occurs mostly during December and January of relatively wet water years. And I want to point out that that is typically because in December and January, the flood control requirements mean that there is essentially less space in the reservoir, and so it's more likely to spill. I will note that refill did occur from January 29th, or maybe, do I have that written down? But refill did occur from about January 29th or 30th to March 7th in 2016 during a below normal water year. The EC at Old was exceeded during this period of refill, and it's my opinion that additional terms are required to protect water users other than the CVP and SWP from injury due to reservoir refill. Next slide, please. So with regard to the carriage water percent, we've heard that this is the amount of additional water needed to maintain water quality and meet objectives while exporting water for use south of the Delta. And it's based on DSM-2 modeling and has varied from 20% to as high as 35% between 2008 and 2023. As we've seen, it had little or no impact on meeting the EC objective at Old and is not sufficient by itself to prevent all injury. Again, this is a term that prevents injury to the CVP and SWP. I also want to point out here, I didn't do a slide for stream flow depletion factor. However, for groundwater substitution transfers, the stream flow depletion factor that is applied results in the CVP and or SWP receiving water to address stream flow depletion, but that water is received in the year that the transfer occurs. It should be noted that groundwater depletions from groundwater substitution transfers occur over a longer period of time. And therefore, it's my opinion that the State Water Board should track the use of water that's provided via stream flow depletion factor and recommend that the water be used more for either stored water meeting the flow that was depleted or upstream groundwater recharge to address the long-term impacts of groundwater substitution. Next slide. Then regarding the water quality control plan update, hearing issue 6C, request what terms and conditions are appropriate. And I do note that the 2024 draft Sac Delta Water Quality Control Plan update limits reservoir refill to avoid refill between January and June of all but wet water year types. And as we've seen previously, the 2016 refill occurred during a below normal water year type. And so in order to be in accordance with the Bay Delta water quality control plan, at least as presented in the 2024 draft, I think additional refill criteria would be appropriate. Next slide, please. And here we have, I took a look at cumulative impacts with an example from Sites Reservoir. The draft supplemental environmental impact report for this project discuss other projects in the watershed, including the Sites Reservoir and the Delta Conveyance Project. And the DSCR includes a qualitative discussion of potential impacts of these projects. I would note that during 2016, Yuba actually refilled, and their refill during that time was between having about 129 or 130 of 2016 to 36 of 2016. The objective was exceeded between 131 2016 and 315 2016. And then you'll see that Sites is projected to divert water during this same period. And while the Delta Conveyance Project does not include the same kind of explicit projection of potential diversions, it's my opinion that given the hydrologic conditions, that the Delta Conveyance Project would also have potential diversion capacity. And so my conclusion is that there's no quantitative analysis of these three projects together to determine whether or not they're all looking to divert the same amount of the same water, these high flow fall and winter events, and whether or not the cumulative impacts of these three projects together might result in impacts that are not identified when you look at each of them separately.
Mr. Wilson, before you move on, and at the risk of revealing my ignorance about the complicated regulatory structure in the Delta, I'm curious. I guess my sort of very general understanding was that when the Delta is in excess conditions, that water quality objectives would typically be met. Is that not the case?
It is, in the case of 2016, there were excess conditions, but the EC at old was exceeded during that time.
And can you
but sorry, for the most
explain
part,
how that works?
that you would have to ask the Department of Water Resources. I think they are of the opinion that they can't meet that objective, and so they kind of ignore it. Or excuse me, they don't put a lot of priority in ways to meet that objective.
So
But yes, I think that should be that if the EC at old is being exceeded, then whether or not that's excess conditions needs to be looked at.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for clarifying your understanding of that for me. All right, please go ahead.
Okay, and so just in conclusion of the cumulative impacts, just that a quantitative analysis of these three projects together would show, what kind of reductions in delta inflow you're getting during these high flow events. Next slide, please. So now we're at the conclusion in terms of looking at terms and conditions to address the effects of diverting or rediverting transfer water at the project facilities.
The next slide.
Next slide.
Okay.
So first, we have the no rediversion of water at the Clifton Court Fort Bayer Jones pumping plant unless the table 2 objectives contained in D1641 are strictly adhered to. In addition, we have water quality and water level response plans, which I believe have been submitted as evidence to this proceeding by the Department of Water Resources, shall be strictly adhered to. And then if the transfer water is exported while these objectives are exceeded, then there needs to be some kind, these terms have been in place, so there needs to be something in place to ensure that they're actually complied with this time. Next, the refill criteria should be amended to prohibit refill of stored water while any of the Table 2 objectives contained in D1641 are exceeded, and this refers to the point that you just made, Hearing Officer Bivens. Next slide. And then the amount of water provided to DWR during groundwater substitution transfers, the stream flow depletion factor should be accounted for by DWR, and they should make all attempts to use this water, I put for upstream recharge, as opposed to just additionally exporting it and then having future impacts from it affect their ability to meet objectives. Then finally, in order to ensure that the Table 2 objectives contained in D1641 are met during transfer operations, Yuba shall, in coordination with the Department and the Bureau of Reclamation, dedicate a portion of water exported at the Clifton Court Forbear Jones pumping plant pursuant to the transfer for later release to the San Joaquin River during future dry periods. And this is an action that can affect the EC at Old, despite claims that there are no ways to improve the EC at Old. Increased San Joaquin River flows during relatively low flow periods and high exports have the ability to assist in meeting that objective. And so that concludes my testimony, and I'm ready to take questions.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Becerra, do you have cross-examination for Mr. Wilson?
I do.
Very good. Please proceed.
Ms. Mullen, can we please bring up Exhibit AHO 15? And Mr. Wilson, do you see that this is the 2008 order you referenced?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 60? And can we please scroll down to see all of paragraph 4? Mr. Wilson, is paragraph 4 the term that you assert has been violated?
Yes.
Is that assertion based on the assumption that this paragraph 4 fails to incorporate temporary urgency change orders issued to DWR and Reclamation?
Can you restate that?
Sure. Let me break it up. Since 2008, the State Water Board has issued some temporary urgency change orders concerning Central Valley Project and State Water Project operations, correct?
Yes.
And some of those orders have excused the two projects from strict compliance with water quality objectives, correct?
Yes.
Is your testimony based on the assumption that those orders are not incorporated by reference in paragraph 4?
Well, the temporary urgency change petition in 2008 is specific to paragraph 4, and as you'll note, I did not include that as an exceedance. The temporary urgency change orders approved in 2014, 2015, 2021, and 2022 do not address the Table 2 objectives, they address table 3 objectives for delta outflow and export limits and San Joaquin River flows. So they would not apply to this order or this condition by reference specific to the table 2 objectives.
And you're referring to the electrical conductivity objective as it applies at the old station, correct?
Yes.
Let me break this up some more. And just for clarity, I'll refer to the Central Valley project as the CVP. Do you understand that?
Sure.
And I'll refer to the State Water Project as the SWP. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
So in 2014, the Water Board issued a temporary urgency change order excusing the CVP and State Water Project from strict compliance with Delta water quality objectives, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is based on the theory term 4 does not incorporate that order. Is that right?
Well, if it incorporates that order, the order doesn't address the table 2 objective.
Thank you. Is it your opinion that the DWR's determination it is impossible to meet electrical conductivity objective at the old station is irrelevant to this term?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Can we please pull up Mr. Wilson's testimony, exhibit SDWA1?
Before we do that, can I just ask one clarifying question about this, Mr. Mazzara?
Sure.
Thanks. So, Mr. Wilson, when the State Water Board issues a temporary urgency change order in connection with the D1641 water quality requirements, does the temporary change order temporarily change the water quality objectives in D1641?
It would temporarily change the water quality objectives in D1641 as required by the CVP and SWP. As I point out, in 2008, the temporary urgency change was filed by Yuba and the USBR and DWR. And so in that case, that specifically addressed the Southern Delta salinity objectives. If the DWR and the Bureau receive relaxation of D1641, I would read this specifically as implementing would the temporary urgency change be implementing Bay Delta water quality objectives? And so I don't think it's implementing Bay Delta water quality objectives. It's temporarily relaxing them due to an urgent circumstance.
Okay, and then so in that situation, like in 2013, I guess it's your opinion that the modification of D1641's water quality objectives applies only to the state and federal projects. Is that right?
Yes, because that is what those are the water rights that the modification was petitioned under.
Okay. Okay, I think I understand. All right, carry on, Mr. Mazzara.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, is it your opinion that every time Department of Water Resources determines it is impossible to meet electrical conductivity objective at the old station, Yuba County Water Agency must file a temporary urgency change order to continue? Let me go back. That's a bad question. Is it your opinion every time DWR determines it is impossible to meet the water quality objective at the old station, Yuba County Water Agency must file a temporary urgency change petition to continue transfers?
It's my position that if the conditions of Yuba County's order are not being met or are not able to be met, then Yuba County should file a petition to modify the order, or could in the interim file a series of temporary urgency change petitions. But there should be some action by the board and clear, I think, in the sense of a clear public discourse as to what's going, that this is an objective that can't be met and we're not going to meet it as part of the transfer. And that would occur if Yuba had filed a petition, say, to modify after the department had determined that it's impossible to meet this objective, then Yuba could have filed a petition to modify the terms and conditions of the corrected order 2008-014.
And what you just said, in your opinion, would apply every time DWR determines it's impossible to meet the water quality objective at the old station, correct?
Well, it could have done that as part of a permanent change to the order, as Yuba did when it modified the order to add Contra Costa or the Freeport Water Authority.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we please now go to exhibit SDWA-1? And Mr. Wilson, this is your written testimony, correct?
Yes.
Can we please go to page 3? And Mr. Wilson, do you see your testimony at lines 9 through 12?
Yes.
And the acronym CDWA refers to Central Delta Water Agency, right?
Yes.
And the acronym SWA refers to South Delta Water Agency, correct?
Yes.
What were the existing senior water rights you included in your analysis?
The water rights in Central and South Delta Water Agency extend throughout their boundaries. And so I looked at the water quality conditions within the Delta channels in those areas to determine whether or not the interference could cause injury.
Did you analyze the effect of Yuba's transfers on any particular senior water rights?
I did not analyze it on any specific water right.
Did any of those rights include riparian rights, to the best of your knowledge?
Within Central and South Delta, there are riparian and pre-14 appropriative as well as post-14 appropriative.
Are the riparian properties you included in your analysis within the San Joaquin River system?
The areas that I looked at were within adjacent to San Joaquin River, adjacent to Old River, adjacent to Middle River. So within the entire region.
Is it your opinion that those properties have a right to receive water from the Sacramento River system?
I'm just going to object. That's outside of the scope of his testimony.
Overruled.
Can you restate that?
Sure.
Please.
Are the riparian properties you included in your I'm sorry, let me go back. As to the riparian properties you included in your analysis, did you assume they have a right to Sacramento River water?
No, I did not assume they have a right to that water. What I was looking at is during the rediversion of that water outside of the basin or export of that water, does that impact their rights or affect the way that water circulation occurs in the area so as to, degrade water quality.
To the best of your knowledge, would those riparian properties receive any Sacramento River water without the CVP and SWP operations?
I believe they would not necessarily receive Sacramento River water, but the water quality in those areas may be affected by reductions in inflow and reductions in inflow to the delta from the Sacramento River.
Okay. Is that technical analysis in your exhibits anywhere?
No.
Thank you. I believe you mentioned that the areas you analyzed include some appropriative rights. Is that right?
What I said was within Central and South Delta Water Agency, there are post 14 appropriative water rights, is my understanding.
What are those appropriative rights points of diversions?
I don't have that information.
What are those appropriative rights priorities?
I don't have that information.
What are the maximum rates of diversion under those appropriative rights?
I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you very much. In your testimony, you often mention the Old River Tracy Monitoring Station, correct?
Yes.
Would you prefer to refer to that as old or OLD?
Old.
Old, okay, thank you. Just so for clarity of the record, when I say old, it means that station. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 503? And I'll represent this as excerpts of revised water right decision 1641. And if you'd like Ms. Mullen to scroll through it so you confirm that, we're happy to do that. Mr. Wilson, are you familiar with D 1641?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the next page of the exhibit and table 5? Thank you. And can we please, Mr. Wilson, do you see this as a table of water quality compliance and baseline monitoring?
Yes.
And it includes a variety of stations, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down until we see the station P12? There we go. Mr. Wilson, do you see the station P12?
Yes.
Is that the old station you reference in your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the last page of Yuba Water 503? Thank you very much. And Mr. Wilson, do you recognize this as a figure from decision 1641?
Yes.
Do you see the location of station P12?
Yes.
And that's the old station, correct?
Yes.
It's essentially due east of the State Water Project's Clifton Court forebay, correct?
Correct.
And it's essentially due east of the CVP's Tracy pumping plant, is that right?
Yes.
Is it fair to characterize station P12 as being in the San Joaquin River system?
I would characterize it as being within the Delta channels as much as the San Joaquin River system because it's tidally influenced.
Which monitoring station on this map best identifies the confluence of the Sacramento River and San Joaquin River, in your opinion?
I would say D4.
Okay, thank you. How many river miles is that monitoring station D4 from station P12?
Oh, I can't tell on this, based on this.
Do you see monitoring station C10?
No, I'm lost.
Do you see the word Vernalis at the bottom right?
Yes, yes,
Do you see monitoring station C10 near Vernalis?
yes.
Do you know whether station C10 is the point at which the San Joaquin River enters the delta?
It's a point where it could be considered that you're starting to see tidal influence. So yes,
Do you know where the flow at the old station originates?
it's flow that's move through from the San Joaquin River, from uh tidal action. So you're talking about several different inputs of both flow in from the San Joaquin River, tidal action, and then action due to changing the flow due to exports. So that's where you have the significant negative old and middle river flows due to exports and those export reduction requirements.
Is it fair to say Sacramento River water would not reach station P12 without CVP and SWP operations?
Including the opening of the cross-channel gate, yes.
Thank you. Which direction does water flow at station P12?
I would say both directions is tidally influenced.
Does water flow from station P12 to the Clifton Court forebay?
Yes, and more so when the pumps or the radial gates are open.
Does water flow from this location to the Tracy pumping plant?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that this location P12 would not receive Yuba River water but for the operations of the CVP and SWP?
yes.
Thank you. Can we please pull up exhibit SDWA 003, please, Ms. Mullen? And Mr. Wilson, in general, in this opinion, you expressed the opinion that Yuba has transferred water during conditions were not met at the old station. Is that right?
Yes.
Is this exhibit based on data from the California Data Exchange Center?
Yes.
I'll call that center CDEC. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Thank you. What data in this exhibit did you obtain from CDEC?
The the daily electrical conductivity at the old.
Thank you. And for clarity, I'll refer to electrical conductivity as EC.
Yes.
Understand that?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, let's please go to page 3 and scroll to the bottom. Mr. Wilson, in the bottom paragraph, do you see the sentence that begins the RD 1641 Table 2 objectives?
Yes.
And what are those? Let me go back. Those objectives referenced in the remainder of that paragraph refer to 2 different objectives, correct? Actually, let me ask that question again. The sentence beginning the RD 1641 Table 2 objectives refer to 2 different values of an objective. Is that right?
Correct. There are 2 different values required during different periods of the year.
And the first is 0.7 between April and August. Is that right?
Correct.
And the second is 1.0 between September and March. Is that right?
Correct.
And each of them is expressed in a term MMHOS/CM. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you explain that term for us?
Believe it's a millimeter hose per centimeter. It has been updated to decisiemens per centimeter. But my explanation would be when you download the data from CDEC, you will get it in values that are that you divide by 1,000 to get to that unit, if that makes sense.
I appreciate the explanation. For simplicity, I'm not going to use that acronym.
Okay.
Just for clarity, I'll refer to this EC water quality objective as 0.7 or 1.0, depending on timing. Do you understand?
That makes sense.
Okay. And EC is a measure of salinity. Is that right?
EC is a measure of electrical conductivity that is correlated to salinity or total dissolved solid.
Okay, thank you. Was the EC objective of 0.7 a basis for your analysis concerning Yuba transfers and compliance at the old station?
Yes.
Was an EC objective of 1.0 at the old station a basis for that analysis as well?
Yes.
And the 0.7 objective applied April through August, correct?
Yes.
And the 1.0 applied between September and March, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to page 5 of this exhibit? And Mr. Wilson, do you see the heading 2018 Water Quality Control Plan?
Yes.
In 2018, the Water Board changed the water quality objective for EC that applies at the old station, correct?
Yes.
And it's now 1.0 year round? Is that right?
In the water quality control plan, yes.
0.7 EC is no longer a water quality objective at the old station, correct?
The 2018 plan has not been accepted by Cal EPA or implemented. And so until those happen, the 0.7 remains. And the 1.0 is the water quality control plan, but is not yet implemented. I think you need to note that the implementation of the 1.0 may involve maybe that it's 1.0 at EC requirement at old, or it may be a different requirement depending on results of the monitoring special studies analysis. And because there is a 1.0 objective for the entirety of the delta of the southern delta channels. And so if it's determined that the EC, in order to meet that objective, you need a lower EC at old, then it might not be 1.0.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 504? And just for clarity, Mr. Wilson, you're familiar with the Water Board's December 12th, 2018 Water Quality Control Plan, is that right?
Yes.
And I'll represent, this is document Exhibit 504 is excerpts of that plan. Can we please go to PDF page 22, which is, Mr. Wilson, do you see this as the first page of the water quality objectives chapter of the plan?
Yes.
This chapter of the plan contains the currently effective water quality objectives adopted by the State Water Board. Is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 25? Mr. Wilson, do you see that this is the table 2 of objectives for agricultural beneficial uses?
Yes.
Can we please scroll down, Ms. Mullen, so we can see all of the objectives for the Southern Delta? And Mr. Wilson, there's an EC objective there, correct?
Yes.
And it's 1.0 year round, is that accurate?
Yes.
And do you see that one of the monitoring stations is P12?
Yes.
That's the old station, correct?
Yes.
So the current water quality objective for EC at the old station is 1.0 year round, correct?
Yes, except that it hasn't been implemented. And so DWR still operates to the 0.7 1.0 regime, so to speak.
Did you hear Mr. Miller testify yesterday?
Yes.
In summary, did he testify that DWR believes it's impossible at times to meet a 0.7 objective at the old station?
My recollection of his testimony is that DWR is unable to affect the EC at old, and that its operations do not substantially or significantly impact the EC at old. And the EC at old is affected by what DWR characterizes as local sources.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit SDWA 003A?
And while Ms. Mullen is doing that, I sorry to continue interrupting your cross, Mr. Becerra, but
Okay.
I want to make sure I understand what's going on here. So, Mr. Wilson, when you say that the 2018 water quality control plan has not been implemented, what do you mean?
I mean that it has not been made part of, or that the 1.0, the table 2 objectives have not been assigned responsibility to be met and put in someone's permit or license.
Okay, so essentially there's a discrepancy between the EC objective at old in D1641 and the 2018 water quality control plan objective?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Back to you, Mr. Becerra.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, this exhibit SDWA 003A is a basis for your testimony, is that right?
Yes, however, I will point out that I revised my memorandum, and as such, the method that I used to calculate whether or not something was an exceedance or not changed. And so that's why I have the revised memorandum from April of 2025. And I did not use the percentages that I calculated there. I used the percentages from the table in Exhibit 004A.
Okay. So can you explain what changed then from this table? Just the exceedance calculation? Is that right?
When I first did the calculation for the table in SDWA 003A, I merely took the daily 30-day running average EC, and if it was greater than the 7/10, I marked it as an exceedance. The objective requires you to look at the 30-day running average, but then notes that if the 30-day running average exceeds the objective, then the entire 30 days in that period are deemed to be out of compliance. And so that's where the Exhibit 3A underestimates the number of exceedance days, whereas the Exhibit 4A, I brought it back to show the entire 30-day period. And that's why you see an increase from, I believe, about 48% to 59%.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go to, on this 3A, let's go to tab 2008 to 2015.
Okay.
I want to make sure I understand what this tab shows. And first, well, let me make sure I understand what the tab shows. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down until we see yellow cells for 2008? There we go. So, Mr. Wilson, where the cells are yellow, that shows an exceedance of the EC objective at the old station. Is that right?
Yes, and the yellow cell, the column of yellow cells is the 30-day running average of the column to the left, which is B here, which is the daily, and that was downloaded from CDEC.
So the raw data is in column B, and then you calculated the running average? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And again, if the cell is yellow, you're representing that as an exceedance of the EC objective at the old station. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And now let's look over at columns I, J, and K. When you have yellow cells and there's numbers next to them adjacent, so in the case of column I, in column J, that's the volume of water Yuba transferred that day. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that in CFS?
I believe if you look up, it's in acre feet.
Acre feet, okay. And so the days when there's, for any given year, where there is a yellow cell followed by a Yuba transfer number, you consider that an exceedance. Is that right?
I considered that water transferred while the objective was being exceeded.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to row 99? And Mr. Wilson, row 99 reflects data from August 31st of every year in the tab. Is that right?
It should, except for leap years. We'll jog it, but yes.
Okay, thank you. And then row 100 is data for September 1st of every year. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at columns C for on row 99. That is for August 31st, 2008. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so that shows an exceedance of the old EC standard. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then on row 100 in column C, there is no yellow. That shows no exceedance. Is that right?
Correct.
Is that because the water quality objective changed from 0.7 on August 31st to 1.0 on September 1st?
That's correct.
And if we scroll over to the right in columns, actually, we'll be looking at the columns for 2009. Do you see that, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
And that's columns G, H, and I.
Correct.
That same pattern occurs, correct? There's an exceedance on August 31st, but not September 1st. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And again, is that because the water quality objective changed from 0.7 to 1.0?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, one more interruption. Sorry, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Wilson, what's the rationale for that change in the objective between August 31st and September 1st?
Is my understanding in the original objective that was the objective was set up to address the salt sensitivity for beans. And I believe the beans were grown during the summer period. And then the 1.0 for the remainder of the year was set up for alfalfa. That's my recollection of how the original objective was set up.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Becerra.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the right further so we can see columns L through S? And Mr. Wilson, columns L through S are for the years 2010 and 2011. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
In this case, there is no break between August 31st and September 1st. Is that accurate?
Correct. The values prior do not exceed the 0.7 unrounded. So for example, cell M91 that reads 745, that rounds to 0.7. If it had read 750, that rounds up to 0.71 or 0.8 actually. So,
Okay.
but yes, there's no break because there was no exceedance prior.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the right again so we can see columns U through AD? And Mr. Wilson, columns U through AD are for conditions in 2012 and 2013. Is that right?
Yes.
And the columns for 2012 and 2013 again show the pattern of exceedance of the 0.7 on August 31st, no exceedance of the 1.0 on September 1st. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can we please scroll to Ms. Mullen to the right to see columns A through M? for, and Mr. Wilson, columns AE through AM are for the years 2014 and 2015. Is that right?
Correct.
2014 shows exceedances of the EC objective at old after September 1st. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know whether the CVP and SWP were operating under temporary urgency change orders at that time?
I know they were operating during that year. I'm not sure if the temporary urgency change orders extended throughout the summer. I would have to check.
Okay. Thank you. For 2015, we see the same pattern of exceedance on August 31st, no exceedance on September 1st. Is that right?
Correct.
And is that because the water quality objective changed between those dates?
Yes,
And it changed from, in 2015, it changed from 0.7 to 1.0 with that change in date. Is that right?
that's correct.
Was 2015 a critically dry year?
Yes,
Do you know whether the CVP and SWP were operating under temporary urgency change orders?
at least during some part of the year, yes. What I'm not sure is how long the order. Actually, I believe these orders extend, the 2014 and 2015 orders extended throughout the year.
Okay, thank you. Is it fair to say that this tab shows, other than 2014, there were no days when the EC objective of 1.0 was exceeded at the old station and Yuba transferred water?
I would say that it shows that the exceedances were of the 0.7, and depending on how a 1.0 objective were implemented, then they may not be exceedances in the future.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please now go to the 2016 to 2023 tab in this exhibit? And can we please then scroll down to lines 99 and 100? And I'll try to make this a little shorter, Mr. Wilson. Other than, and feel free to review the exhibit, other than 2021, does the data on this tab show no exceedances of an EC objective of 1.0?
I believe there were in 2021. I'd have to look at the data for 2022 to see. If you could scroll over to the right, Ms. Mullen. Yes, correct. And then can you scroll up? Okay. Yeah, so it would appear that outside the exceedances of the 1.0 objective were in 2021 and not 2022.
And what days were those exceedances in 2021? Do you know? And feel free to scroll through the exhibit.
It's towards the end of the chart, so you can scroll down. Right there. And continue to scroll down. There. Now note that this is, you can see the error that I made in this chart. The cell AB 125 that shows the 1051 highlighted in yellow, and that for September 26th, 2021. The yellow highlight then should go up 29 previous days, because once the EC has exceeded the objective, then on a 30-day average, then the previous 30 days are shown to be exceedances.
Okay, just for clarity of the record, in your opinion, the 1.0 EC objective was exceeded for the whole month of September of 2021. Is that accurate?
Approximately the month of September, yes.
Do you know whether 2021 was a critically dry year?
Yes, it was.
Do you know whether the CVP and SWP were operating under a temporary urgency change order in September 2021?
They were operating under a temporary urgency change order during the spring and early summer of that year. I do not believe they were operating under a temporary urgency change order in September of that year.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilson, let's go back to your testimony. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit SDWA001? And Mr. Bivens, I'm estimating the next line of cross here will be about 10 minutes, and then just letting you know in terms of lunch break for people.
Yeah, let's do this line and then we can take an hour-long lunch break. I may have a clarifying question for you, Mr. Becerra, before we get there, but let me think about it.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to page 7 and paragraph 12? Go. And Mr. Wilson, do you see on lines 14 through 17? On those lines, you say Yuba's carriage water requirement did not result in the EC objective at the old station being met. Is that accurate?
Yes.
At the times that this was occurring, was the EC objective 0.7?
Typically, yes.
And in the 2018 Water Quality Control Plan, the State Board changed that objective to 1.0 year-round, correct?
That's correct.
Can we please, Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to Exhibit SDWA003A? And can we please go to the 2008 through 2015 tab? And can we please scroll up until we see dates in June? Thank you. Mr. Wilson, you present EC data on this tab for June of all of the represented years. Is that right?
Yes.
And the EC objective was 0.7 in June at the time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know whether beginning in 2009, the Delta transfer window was limited to July to September?
Yes, my recollection is that it always was July to September, but yes, I remember specifically around 2008, 2009 that the transfer window is identified as July through September.
Thank you. because of that limit, any Yuba transfer water that reaches the delta is simply released to the delta. Is that right?
I don't follow the connection.
Sure. Yuba releases transfer water from the Yuba River, correct?
Correct.
It flows to the delta, correct?
Correct.
If it cannot be transferred, what becomes of it?
If it can't be rediverted,
Yes.
it goes towards delta outflow.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the left until we see 2009? Mr. Wilson, in the columns G and H for June of 2009, was the EC objective of 0.7 exceeded?
In June,
Yes.
I don't know. And the reason is because I would have had to take the 30 days prior to calculate. And so since the transfers typically start on July 1st, that's why I started June 1st. So I had the data, the 30 days to calculate the July 1st information, but I don't have enough data here to calculate what the 30-day running average is for these June dates.
So an EC value of 0.7 would be equal to a value of 700 in column H. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll up until we see June 1st? Thank you. Mr. Wilson, do you see in cell H13 that EC began to exceed 700, the 700 value in June of 2009?
Yes, on a daily basis.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down and hopefully we can get June 6th and June 30th on the same screen? Mr. Wilson, once EC began to exceed the 0.7 on June 6, 2009, it exceeded that value for the remainder of June 2009. Is that right?
On a daily basis, yes.
And at that time, Yuba could not transfer water, correct?
That's correct.
Yuba transfer water that reached the delta simply became delta outflow. Is that accurate?
That would be correct.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the right until we see 2012? And can we scroll up, please, Ms. Wilson, to see the first part of the month? Thank you. Mr. Wilson, in column V, is it fair to say that the EC value exceeded 0.7 during it sometimes of June 2012?
Yes, on a daily basis.
And Yuba was not transferring water at the time, is that right?
That's correct.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll over to the year 2013? And in column AA, Mr. Wilson, do you know whether the value, EC value of 0.7 was exceeded for the entire month of June of 2013?
It appears to have been exceeded on a daily basis.
Yuba was not transferring water at the time, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Wilson, do you see column AF for the year 2014?
Yes.
Do you know whether the EC value of 0.7 was exceeded for the entire month of June 2014?
It appears to be.
And Yuba was not transferring water at the time, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll over to see the year 2015? In column AJ, Mr. Wilson, was the EC value of 0.7 exceeded for the entire month of June 2015?
It appears to be.
And Yuba was not transferring water at the time, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wilson, Ms. Mullen, can we please go to the tab 2016 to 2023? And can we please scroll to the left until we see 2016? Thank you very much. And can we please scroll up until we see the month of June? Mr. Wilson, looking at column B, is it fair to say that the EC value of 0.7 was exceeded for much of the month of June 2016?
It appears to have been exceeded for portions of the month.
And have you calculated a running average, 30-day running average, including that month, to know whether the value would have been exceeded for the entire month?
No, I have not. I mean, I have calculated it for another project, but I don't remember the answer.
Okay,
Those results.
thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the right until we see 2022? Mr. Wilson, do you see that in column AG? The 0.7 EC value begins to be exceeded on June 2nd.
Yes, on a daily basis.
Do you know whether that value was then exceeded for the entire rest of the month of June?
Well, let's scroll down and look. Can you scroll down
Sure.
a moment? Yes, it appears to have been exceeded for the entire month after June 2nd.
And Yuba was not transferring water in June 2022. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Based on this data, is it fair to say that Yuba's inability to transfer water in June did not result in compliance with the 0.7 EC value at the old station?
That's correct. The EC at old has exceeded throughout the various time periods and various year types.
Thank you. Mr. Bivens, that's the end of that line of questioning.
Okay, good. Let's take a break. Before we do, Mr. Becerra, I guess I'm intrigued or puzzled, or I don't know what the right adjective is, but I'm something about this discrepancy between the 2018 water quality control plan EC objective at old and the D1641 objective, which seems to be at 0.7 for some point of the year. But if I remember your proposed permit terms correctly, your client is proposing to operate to the water quality standards in tables 1, 2, and 3 of D1641. Is that right?
I believe it's to the water quality objectives. I mean, we can straighten it out, and moreover, they're draft terms, so if we needed to edit, we potentially could edit.
Yeah, and fair enough. I don't know what to exactly to tell you to do about this, other than that the discrepancy in what standards should ultimately govern, I'm now confused by it. And so the parties will need to help me understand what it is they want me to do is between those two plans and different standards. So
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Bivens.
All right, thank you. Let's take an hour-long lunch break. We will reconvene at 1:10 p.m.
Thank you. Mr. Ruiz, before we go back on the record, I'll just say you have a very sophisticated webcam.
Well, it's been very helpful, sort of a game changer in terms of being able to get, do this kind of stuff with people in the room.
Yeah.
It beats driving to the hearings every day, right?
Oh, right. You're in a lot of this.
All right. Good afternoon. Madam Reporter, we're ready? Good to go? Okay. And yes, Mr. Wilson is in the same room as Mr. Reese. Okay, so we're back on the record and we're going to resume with Yuba Waters cross of Mr. Wilson. So back to you, Mr. Pizzera.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit SDWA 001? And can we please go to page 10? And can we scroll down so we can see lines 11 through 16? Thank you very much. And Mr. Wilson, do you understand this is paragraph 16 discussing refill?
Yes,
And specifically, you're concerned with refill by Yuba in the period January 29th to March 7th, 2016. Is that right?
that's correct.
And the EC water quality objective at the old station was not met during that period. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it was the 0.7 objective at the time? Is that accurate?
No, that's incorrect. It's the 1.0.
Okay, thank you for the correction. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 505? And I'll represent this as data from the CDEC website for the period January 29th through March 7th, 2016. The exhibit has 2 pages, which are 2 different versions of the data from Freeport. So Ms. Mullen, can we scroll down so you can see the second page? Mr. Wilson, does this look like data you could obtain from CDEC to you?
Yes, it appears to be CDEC data.
We'll stay on the second page because it's a little easier to read. Mr. Wilson, is Freeport considered the point at which the Sacramento River enters the Delta?
It could be considered one of the point. It's the monitoring station that's near to where that would be considered. It depends on the flow as to whether or not the higher flow reduces the tidal influence. And so that would be my boundary of the delta.
But the Freeport station measures flows into the Delta from the Sacramento River. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And Yuba's facilities are all upstream of Freeport, correct?
Correct.
In preparing your testimony, did you review any CDEC data concerning Sacramento River inflows between January 29th and March 7th, 2016?
I did not review it for this testimony, but I have reviewed it for other matters.
For that time period, January 29th through March 7th, 2016?
Yes.
And as the next question, please take your time to review the exhibit if you need to. Do you see on this exhibit that during that period, daily flows at Freeport ranged from 39,918 CFS to 13,543 CFS? Oh, actually.
I don't.
I don't see either of those numbers in that list, but I see a range. Yes, I see the 13,000.
And can we scroll back up? I think I may have misstated the maximum number. Do you see on February 1st, 2016, the CFS was 42,452 CFS?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 506? And Mr. Wilson, do you see that this is CDEC data for the San Joaquin River near Vernalis for daily flows?
Yes.
Does it appear to be CDEC data to you?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the second page? And again, Mr. Wilson, if necessary, please feel free to scroll through this. Do you see that during the period January 29th through March 7th, 2016, flows at Vernalis were between 1,696 CFS and 768 CFS?
If you could scroll down a little bit, please. Yes, I see the 768 CFS low.
Ms. Mullen, can you scroll back up, please? And on January, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And the 1,696 CFS on January 30th, 2016.
Is the Vernalis gauge considered to be the point at which the San Joaquin River flows into the delta?
That would be a good representation, yes.
Was the EC objective at the old station not met during the January 29th to March 7th, 2016 period?
I believe I have the exact date written down here. It's January 31st through March 15th.
Okay, thank you. During that period, were Sacramento River inflows to the Delta always at least 10 times higher than San Joaquin River flows into the Delta?
It would appear to be on the order of that. Yes.
Is it your opinion Yuba should have not refilled its reservoir during this period in order to send more water down the Sacramento River into the Delta?
It's my opinion that Yuba's refill criteria should be conditioned upon meeting all the objectives within the Delta. Also note that during this period, the EC objective went out of compliance later into February, and then the 30-day period extended it back. And so, again, as you'll note, my testimony references using Yuba transfer water to increase flows in the San Joaquin River, and that could be a purpose or
And
a.
we'll get to that portion of your testimony. But is it, first of all, during this period Yuba was refilling in 2016, was the Delta in excess?
It was considered in excess conditions, yes.
And Sacramento River inflows were approximately 10 times higher than San Joaquin River inflows, correct?
Yes, in that range.
Okay, thank you. moving on, let's go back to exhibit SDWA 001, please, Ms. Mullen. And can we please go to page 12, paragraph 20? I'd like to point you, Mr. Wilson, to the testimony on lines 19 through 23. Do you see those lines?
Yes.
And they concern information in the October 2024 draft program of implementation for Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan updates, correct?
Yes.
And the discussion on lines 19 through 23 is a discussion of language in that draft about what are known as the voluntary agreements. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you understand that Yuba is proposing one of those voluntary agreements?
Yes.
Do you understand that the state board has not adopted the proposed terms on lines 19 through 23?
Yes.
Do you know whether the state board has accepted public comments on that October 2024 draft program of implementation?
I don't know for sure, but I would assume they have accepted public comment.
Is it possible the state board may change the language on lines 19 through 23 based on public comments?
Yes.
In your experience at the state board, did the state board sometimes change draft documents based on public comments?
Yes.
Would you say they often changed draft documents based on public comments?
I wouldn't give that kind of accuracy to it. So I wouldn't give a quantification of the amount of time it happens, but I wouldn't say often or inoften, just happens.
Thank you. Do you know whether Yuba submitted comments on the draft program of implementation language you discuss on lines 19 through 28?
No.
Do you know whether Yuba's comments stated that this language would make its voluntary agreement impossible to implement?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to page 13 of this exhibit and paragraph 21? Thank you. Mr. Wilson, in this paragraph, you discuss modeling of potential sites reservoir operations. Is that right?
Yes.
And the specific period with which you're concerned is January 22nd through February 3rd, 2016. Is that right?
Yes, with regards to the sites diversions.
Okay. And for purposes of this hearing, your concern is that in actual 2016, Yuba refilled its reservoir during that period. Is that right?
Yes.
And we just discussed that was a period when the delta was in excess, correct?
Correct.
And that was a period when Sacramento River inflows to the delta were at least 10 times the level of inflow from the Sacramento. I'm sorry, let me restate. That 2016 period was a time when Sacramento River inflows to the delta were at least 10 times San Joaquin River flows to the delta, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's please go to exhibit SDWA 007. Ms. Mullen, thank you. Mr. Wilson, is this the sites reservoir hearing memo on which you rely?
Yes.
This is the one you corrected the number of, is that right?
Correct.
It's, okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 25? And can we scroll down to see figure 23? Thank you. Is this the figure on which you rely in your testimony concerning the sites projects diversions in January and February 2016?
Yes.
Do you see that figure 23 depicts flow at Wilkins Slough?
Yes.
Wilkins Slough is a point on the Sacramento River, correct?
Correct.
Is it upstream of the Sacramento River's confluence with the Feather River?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. On figure 23, what is the level of flow at Wilkins Slough between January 22nd and February 3rd?
Relatively high, between 16,000, about up above 30,000, and then back down to about 6,000 CFS.
And this was a period of time when the EC objective at the old station was not met, correct?
Correct.
Is it your opinion that if Sacramento River flows were even higher during that period, the EC objective would have been met?
I think there's a potential that the additional Sacramento River flow would result in more fresh water being pushed down into the confluence of the Sacramento and San Joaquin River, and then pulled back from the pumps into the South Delta.
The operation of the CVP and SWP pumps would have been required to achieve that. Is that right?
Well, the SWP and CVP pumps are operating at that time. And so that, during these high flow winter period times, and so that is helping to draw the water back. But the tides are also pushing the water back naturally.
But during that period in 2016, the old standard was not met, correct?
Correct. Well, it was 1.0. It would remain 1.0. This is during the April through August.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. This time period we're concerned with in your testimony is January and February 2016, correct?
Correct. And so the 1.0 was in effect then, and it will remain in effect. I was talking about with regard to the 2018 update.
Okay, in your testimony, you testify that Yuba refilled its reservoir during this period when the proposed sites project might have also been operating. Is that right?
Correct.
And during that period, the old standard was not met. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And Sacramento River flows were as depicted in this figure. Is that accurate?
Yes.
During that January and February time period, is it your testimony that if Sacramento River flows were even higher, the old standard would have been met?
I think if Sacramento River flows were higher, there would have been more fresh water in the system to be pushed back and could potentially reduce the EC throughout the Delta.
Have you done any technical analysis to reach any conclusions on that point?
No.
Thank you. Let's go back to your testimony in exhibit SDWA 001. And Ms. Mullen, can we please go to page 14 in paragraph 26? In paragraph 26, are you proposing that Yuba be compelled to dedicate water from its New Bullards Bar Reservoir to improve water quality in the San Joaquin River system?
No, I state to dedicate a portion of Yuba's water exported at the Clifton Court Fort Bayer Jones pumping plant pursuant to the proposed long-term transfer.
So are you proposing that a portion of Yuba's transfer water be dedicated to improving water quality in the San Joaquin River system?
Well, I would be proposing that it be to dedicate to improve or to meet the standards that is required as part of its transfer.
So Yuba's transfer water, under your proposal, would be dedicated to improving water quality in the San Joaquin River system, correct?
As I said, a portion of Yuba's transfer water would be dedicated to meeting the objectives that are required of it in its order and that Yuba proposed for the new order.
And would that include water quality at the old station?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What compensation would Yuba Water receive under that term?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'll just state it, Mr. Vizera, you can make legal arguments about takings. I don't think we need to go down this particular path. Although I will say, I am curious how this would work from a physical perspective.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bivens. Mr. Wilson, is your proposal that Yuba would be required to dedicate water to meet an EC objective of 0.7 at the old station?
Would be the EC objective that's currently implemented at those pumping plants. So, and to the extent that the 0.7 objective remains implemented, then it would be the 0.7 objective.
So your proposal is not that the 1.0 EC objective would apply here year round. Is that correct?
Not until implemented. So once implemented, just as the term in Order 2008-014 is written as far as future Bay Delta water quality objectives being implemented at those pumping plants.
Okay, thank you. As you propose it in this paragraph 26, where would water be stored for the San Joaquin River's benefit for, quote, later release?
There are multiple spots. One could be groundwater banking. Another would be in San Luis Reservoir.
Do you know whether the state and federal governments have agreements about how they share capacity in San Luis Reservoir?
I'm not specifically aware of their agreements.
Do you know whether there's an act of Congress that governs the division of capacity in San Luis Reservoir between the state and federal government?
I'm not aware of that.
In what groundwater banks could this water be stored?
SWP water is currently stored in Arvin Edison Water Storage Bank by Metropolitan. So that would be an example.
So in that example, to implement this, would Metropolitan and Arvin Edison have to participate in this program?
Yes. And they're both CVP and SWP contractors.
Are you proposing that the State Water Board would order the CVP and the State Water Project to participate in the operations described in paragraph 26?
that Yuba would be required in coordination with DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation.
Yuba has no ability to control the operations of the CVP and SWP, correct?
Well, that's why they would arrange in coordination with.
Thank you. Are you aware that the CVPs and the SWP's water right permits are not part of this hearing?
Yes.
Would this proposal require the construction of any new facilities?
It's my opinion that it could be achieved through exchanges without new infrastructure construction.
Who would be involved in those exchanges?
Metropolitan Water District, Arvin Edison Water Storage District, and then various contractors along the San Joaquin River could routinely exchange water and water rights in terms of allowing SWP water to be delivered into CVP areas, or ultimately forego, diversions or withdrawals from reduction in flow in the San Joaquin River and augment San Joaquin River flows. So it doesn't have to be a direct Yuba water physically put back into the San Joaquin River and run down. It could be just the result of exchanges.
Do you understand that Yuba's pending petition applies to only one of Yuba's water right permits?
Yes.
To the best of your understanding, what regulatory permits would be required to implement the operations proposed in your paragraph 26?
The exchanges could be done under the in coordination with the Bureau and DWR, who submit annual change of place of use petition, 1725 temporary change petitions annually since 2013 or 2011 or so. So there are numerous of these types of exchanges that are going on and are ongoing, and this could be included with those approvals.
Let me ask a follow-up question real quick.
Sure.
Mr. Wilson, do you have any examples of where the State Water Board has required water users or water rights holders to conduct an exchange?
No, I can't think of one.
Okay, thanks. Back to you, Mr. Becerra.
Thank you. Under your paragraph 26, where would water be released to the San Joaquin River?
That depends on how the exchanges are constructed, but upstream of Vernalis, certainly. But it could be foregone water by one of the water districts along the San Joaquin River or its tributaries.
On the line between lines 14 and 15, you refer to later release to the San Joaquin River. If that were a physical release, would an MPDES permit be required for that release?
I'm not sure, but I would propose more of an exchange where more water was possibly left in the river, or something of that nature, as opposed to a physical discharge, actual discharge of the water.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 226? And Mr. Wilson, do you see that this is a state water board order concerning a temporary transfer by Yuba?
Yes.
And do you understand this is a 2025 order?
I can't see the date.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the last page? Mr. Wilson, do you now see it was a 2025 order?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to the bottom of page 9? Mr. Wilson, do you see the first sentence in the last paragraph of this 2025 state board order?
Yes.
And do you understand the reference to petitioner here to be a reference to Yuba?
Yes.
And just for clarity of the record, I'll read the sentence. In general, north of delta transfers result in an incremental increase in in-stream flows between petitioner's point of diversion and the location where the water is removed from the stream system. Mr. Wilson, do you agree with that statement by the state board?
This would be a north of delta transfer, and this is to Contra Costa, correct?
Yes.
Water transfer. So this would be from Yuba to Contra Costa. And so, yes, it would result in an incremental increase in in-stream flows during the transfer period between Yuba's releasing the water and Contra Costa diverting the water.
If the point of rediversion were the CVP and SWP pumps, the increase would be until those pumps, correct?
Yes, although when you get down into the pumps, you have more complex dynamics the farther south you go as compared to a little bit north where Contra Costa is diverting.
Thank you very much. Can we, Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the bottom of page 8? And Mr. Wilson, do you see the bottom paragraph there that states as stated in the petition?
Yeah.
Can you please take a minute and read that paragraph, please?
Okay, yes.
And it continues on to the next page. So we'll just...
Yes.
Do you agree with the state board's findings in this paragraph?
I disagree to the extent that the old River Tracy objective would not be met, regardless of the CARES water costs, or may not be met.
Okay.
And also that other legal users of water, the injury to other legal users of water would be determined based on the change in their water quality and not necessarily how they met the objective. But I'd also point out that this paragraph is specific to Contra Costa's diversion.
Okay.
I believe.
So you don't agree entirely with this 2025 finding by the state board. Is that accurate?
To the extent that it applies to the Old River Tracy monitoring location.
Okay.
Location.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to exhibit? Oh, just a moment. Can we please go to exhibit AHO001? Mr. Wilson, have you reviewed Yuba's draft and final supplemental EIRs?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 43? And can we please scroll down to see the entirety of tables 2.2 and 2.3? Mr. Wilson, do you see these tables?
Yes.
Do you understand what these tables, what the data is in them?
I is it I'm struggling with the YGM.
Okay. Let's scroll up. I believe it's Yuba groundwater model, but we can probably find it.
Yes. Okay.
So can we please scroll back down to the tables? Do you see that the percentage depletions by month are all less than 3% of the relevant water body?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that this level of stream flow depletion affects compliance with the EC standard at the old station?
The stream flow depletion with regards to EC at old would be a complicated and time delayed phenomenon. And so where you would get an impact of the EC at old from stream flow depletion would have been multiple years of this stream flow depletion accumulating, and the water that is proposed to be, quote, paid back to make this to address the stream flow depletion used up in the first year and not available to help meet objectives or help meet stream flow during future years. And so that's what I address in my comment towards the stream flow depletion factor, is that whatever factor is used, it should be accounted for by the Department of Water Resources and used to address the actual stream flow depletion effects instead of being exported.
So
CDP and SWP water.
do you see in table 2.3, there are stream flow depletion results for the Feather River downstream of the Bear?
Yes.
Is that the most downstream water body shown in these tables?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that the amount of stream flow depletion shown for the Feather River downstream of the Bear has an effect on the compliance with the EC standard at the old station?
It's my opinion that the Feather River downstream of Bear impacts affect the project's ability to meet objectives, and that it is a cumulative effect over many years and extending out through many years. and therefore should be tracked by the Department of Water Resources instead of just provided to them in one lump as a stream flow depletion factor and then done with whatever they do with it.
Have you done any technical analysis to support that opinion?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 515? And Mr. Wilson, do you recognize this as Exhibit B to Yuba Water's draft supplemental environmental impact report?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to PDF page 13? Thank you. And Mr. Wilson, do you see the paragraph above the figures?
Yes.
Do you see the next to last sentence that begins the Yuba River above the Marysville gauge?
Yes. It says it accounts for 30% of the total stream flow depletion volume overall, but when examined for total stream flow depletion during balanced conditions, the Yuba River above the Marysville gauge accounts for 44% of the total stream flow depletion volume.
Is it fair to say that a substantial portion of the stream flow depletion from groundwater substitution transfers occurs from the Yuba River?
Yes, according to this assessment.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll the PDF page? Actually, let me go back. Mr. Wilson, have you done any technical analysis that would contradict Yuba's conclusions on that point?
No.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to PDF page 15? And do you see in the paragraph above the figure, the next to last sentence beginning with results? Do you see the sentence?
Next last. I say the results of the analysis of the YR2 section.
Yes.
Okay, yes, I'm reading that sentence now.
And the Marysville gauge is the gauge that measures flow at the mouth of the Yuba River, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say in this sentence, Yuba's technical analysis concluded that its own operations eliminated all but 2% of the stream flow depletion on the Yuba River?
That's what the analysis says, yes.
Have you done any technical analysis that could contradict that conclusion?
No.
Mr. Bivens, that concludes my cross-examination of Mr. Wilson.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Does the Department of Water Resources have cross-examination for Mr. Wilson?
I do. Just a few, though.
All right, your witness, Mr. Soderlund.
Hello, Mr. Wilson. My name is Eric Soderlund. I represent the Department of Water Resources. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
Just a quick question or two regarding paragraph 26 of your testimony. That's South Delta Water Agency -001. I don't know if we need to bring it up. I can just read on line 13. It said that you would request that the Bureau and DWR and Yuba would dedicate a portion of water exported to be later released. Do you have any idea the quantity of that water that you're proposing to be dedicated?
I would identify it as a percent and start off in the low percents of 3% or 2%.
And have you done any analysis to show that 2% of the water rediverted at Banks pumping plant and then later on sent down the San Joaquin would in fact alleviate exceedances at Old River at Tracy?
No.
You know, for expediency, I think that's it for DWR.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Soderlund. Ms. Mandel-Rice, do the state water contractors have cross-examination for Mr. Wilson?
Just a few questions. Mr. Becerra covered the vast majority of it.
Right, your witness.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Wilson. It's nice to see you again.
Hello.
I'm going to reference your testimony, which is SDWA 001, and only going to talk to you about paragraph 21 for today. I don't think we necessarily need to pull it up. But in paragraph 21, you state that from 1/22/16 through 2/3/2016, historic refills of Yuba Accord transfer water occurred at the same time as actual exceedances of EC objectives at Old, and that is also a period of time where there would have been a potential diversion from sites. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you participated in the sites hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
Are you aware that sites has proposed a condition that would prohibit sites diversions that would adversely affect the operation of the Central Valley Project or the State Water Project?
Yes.
And are you aware that the same proposed sites condition would prohibit diversion at any time the United States Bureau of Reclamation or Department of Water Resources have declared the Delta to be in balanced conditions under the Coordinated Operations Agreement?
Correct.
You also indicate in the same paragraph that the evidence at the DCP hearing does not include projections for diversion capabilities on a daily basis for water year 2016. And you go on to say that it is likely that the DCP would have available diversion capacity during this period as well. Is that a correct restatement of your testimony?
Yes.
And in this, when you say DCP, you are referring to the Delta Conveyance Project. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you reference diversion capability here, what do you mean?
The Delta Conveyance Project proposes to divert flows under several circumstances, one of which being excess conditions or high flow conditions. And these conditions are the same type of circumstances that result in the potential for sites diversions as well.
So when you are referencing diversion capability here, you're not just referencing physical capacity.
I'm referencing diversion capability in terms of based on their in both cases they have ITPs issued. And so that would be that they have the conditions are such that they are authorized to divert water pursuant to that project.
And so you understand that DCP diversions would have to be done in compliance with any applicable regulatory requirements, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that DCP diversions would also have to be done in compliance with water right priority, correct?
Yes.
And have you done any analysis of whether the DCP could have diverted in water year 2016 in compliance with both water right priority and regulatory requirements?
No, my testimony is that a quantitative analysis of these projects together is necessary and hasn't been done.
But you have not done that analysis yourself either?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mandel-Rice. Mr. Wilson, I have a few questions for you that will not be as fluidly done as the other attorneys who are actually conducting cross, but I want to, you've given me some stuff to think about, and I want to make sure I understand your testimony. So, okay, first of all, when you were being cross-examined by Mr. Becerra, I understood you to testify that the water at OLD is San Joaquin River water with tidal influences and not Sacramento River water unless exports are occurring. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
The water at OLD, old, depends on, what the inflow to the San Joaquin River is. But it also depends on the water that's sloshing around on the other side, coming back and forth. And that's influenced by the tides and also influenced by the export pumps. And so you have a San Joaquin River coming down, mixing with something else, which is water that has come down from the Sacramento River and the McElhenney River and all the other freshwater inflows to the Delta has been pushed back and forth because the tide's been mixed around and is now a combination of the two. Hopefully that makes sense.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think I follow. So in the absence of a, well, I guess there's more to it than just transfer. So in the absence of export operations, what would be your estimate of the extent to which Sacramento River flows influence water quality at OLD?
I think it depends on what the general inflow conditions are. So if you have high inflow condition, then the variations of Sacramento River water may have less impact. But if you have high inflow conditions and then you go to low inflow conditions that push out, the fact that you haven't pushed out as much salt now comes back towards the old river in the South Delta.
Okay, so essentially when Sacramento River inflows to the Delta are at a high level and they decrease the tidal influences in the Delta can mean that the decrease in Sacramento River inflows results in a greater salinity at OLD?
A greater salinity being pushed back and forth that ultimately gets to OLD.
Okay. I think I can follow that. Let's see. There was another. Oh yeah. So okay, on your, and actually, Ms. Mullen, can we pull up Mr. Wilson's slides, please? I cannot remember what exhibit number that was.
008.
008. Thank you. Yes, let's get 008 up. And then let's go to slide 5, please, Ms. Mullen. All right. So this is not going to be like a wonderfully constructed question, but I was struck by something in 2 of these slides. So one here, you've said conditions, and I gather they're conditions from corrected order WR 2008-14. The fact that conditions were not complied with invalidates previous findings of no injury. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we go to slide 9, please, Ms. Mullen. And then you said that additional terms are required to protect water users other than the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project from injury. And I guess I'm curious, for the conditions that we're already governing this transfer in corrected order WR 2008-14. How are those conditions enforced?
They don't appear to be enforced, or they appear to be, it appears that they have been excused, and I think that they need to be, the excuse needs to be at least publicly acknowledged. And so that was my point with the fact that even Yuba proposed with its order didn't change any of the terms, even though they're, not complying with the objective at old, which, they characterize as impossible to comply with. That should be at a minimum stated.
Okay, fair enough. But I guess, what I'm struggling with is if we impose, if the state water board imposes additional terms to protect water users from injury, whether they're the State Water Project or the CVP or Delta water users, but those conditions aren't enforced, is there any value to imposing new, more stringent conditions?
Well, I think that first you want to try and enforce the existing conditions, and I think the value comes from setting up a mechanism where these types of conditions are enforced. And so that's that's the point of one of my, I've tried to say, if the if the water is rediverted while the EC is exceeded, that there be some kind of penalty. I don't know what kind of penalty would be appropriate, but there definitely needs to be an enforcement of the terms of these of the water transfer orders to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen, or at least is addressed, sooner than now, what is, 10 and 15 years after these exceedances happen.
Yeah. So, and basically what I understand you to be saying is that, whatever conditions may or may not be ultimately imposed on a transfer, that they need to be, call it, self-executing. Is that fair?
Yes.
So then the terms that you proposed in paragraph 23 through 26, how are those self-executing? Because it'll tell you when I read them, I think, well, there's still kind of a discretionary enforcement issue happening here.
I think that the term in paragraph 26 can be, a pool, it's an actual physical amount of water that can be released at as necessary. So that is an actual that would be an actual condition. I think having the Department of Water Resources account for their use of their any stream flow depletion factor, I think the department is typically pretty good at complying with their reporting requirements in that case. And then I think that there needs to be a little bit better coordination of the entire Delta objectives in terms of the projects meeting their objectives. And then that can in turn result in better enforcement ability by the board, or the made it easier for the board to enforce these conditions if they've got very transparent compliance reporting on the overall project operation.
So if I understand you correctly, what you're suggesting is that, some of these compliance tasks ought to be shifted to the Department of Water Resources, and then the state board will have an easier time deciding whether to enforce.
Well, and that the state board will not have to go on CDEC and figure it out themselves whether or not they met the objectives, but be reported, hey, this objective isn't being met, it isn't being met, it isn't being met. And I understand some of that has been done with the EC at Old, but it seems like it's been, it seems like the objective has basically been forgotten or dropped. And, I think that it should be reported and made sure that it's addressed.
And then we'll come back to what the old objective should be in a minute. But Mr. Becerra, I think in his cross-examination, and I certainly expect to see this in closing briefs, he's raised this concern or objection, if you will, that Yuba Water is the petitioner here. DWR is not a party to the petition, although it's certainly a party to this proceeding. How do you propose to shift the burden of compliance to DWR here, with the understanding that DWR is not in fact a co-petitioner?
I mean, if you look at the reporting that Yuba does and has done under the Accord, it's all reports that were prepared by DWR and submitted to Yuba, and then Yuba submitted it to the board. So I mean, DWR is handling all the Delta operations as it is, and Yuba gets the results of what, Yuba releases their water and then gets the results of what they are credited for after the fact. And so DWR is already plays a prominent role.
Fair enough. And I guess the natural follow-up to that is, if DWR is already doing this, then if DWR is already engaging in all kinds of this reporting that would allow your clients and others to assess compliance, what's the problem here if it's already being done?
Well, it's not. The problem would be that despite not being in compliance, the transfer kept going.
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's where I'm going with this. I'm just trying to figure out what kind of permit terms are going to solve that problem. Anyway, food for thought. That's that line of questioning for me. We can take this down, Ms. Mullen. I want to ask you, let's see, we got that. Okay, I want to ask you just about paragraph 21 of your testimony. There's the heading above that paragraph is discussion of cumulative impacts with example from the sites project. And then the paragraph then goes on to talk about the DSEIR for this project. So is the thrust of your testimony here that you think the CEQA analysis that was done by Yuba Water acting as the lead agency was inadequate?
No, not specifically. What I think is that the CEQA, when the lead agency prepares the CEQA document, then the State Water Board can use information from that document to make its findings. And so, for the State Water Board, from the State Water Board's perspective, the DSIR, is my opinion, is insufficient for the State Water Board's purpose of looking at all these, of looking at these projects in combination, to where instead of looking at these peak flows being reduced by a certain amount by each project, and that may look like it isn't that big of an impact, when these peak flows are reduced by all the projects together, you may see a significantly different impact or effect, and therefore, that the board would need, a more robust cumulative impacts analysis to make its findings that each individual project isn't going to have unreasonable impacts to or injure other legal users of water or have unreasonable impacts to fish, wildlife, and in-stream beneficial uses. So that would be the thrust of that, is that from the board's perspective, the qualitative analysis that was presented, I don't think is sufficient for it to make findings regarding no injury and no impacts to fish, wildlife, those kinds.
Okay, so you're not suggesting, for example, that the state board needs to prepare some kind of additional CEQA analysis in order to approve the project?
No. What you use, see, the CEQA analysis must meet CEQA, but the
Right.
CEQA analysis can also be used by the board to make its findings if it's useful enough. And so that's where I'm saying that the CEQA analysis is not sufficient for the board, and that the board should be looking at or requesting a more robust cumulative impacts analysis for these projects. There are 3 of them, they're going on at the same time, and they're in the same watershed.
Okay, fair enough. All right, I think I will leave it at that then. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Ruiz, you have redirect for Mr. Wilson within the scope of all of that cross-examination.
It's a lot of cross-examination, but I just have a couple questions for him.
Please proceed.
Sure. Mr. Wilson, there was a lot of cross-examination regarding the 0.7 standard relative to the 1.0 standard, correct?
Yes.
Were there violations of the 0.7 standard from 2008 through 2018 while Yuba transfer water was being rediverted?
Yes.
And with respect to I think some questions or follow-up questions from the AHO just a bit ago regarding sources of water in the South Delta channels, and particularly at the old location. It's your understanding that the sources of water there are multiple, including water from the north, water from the south, as well as from the west. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding that absent CVP operations or SWP operations, that water at that location, at the old location, would also be comprised of the same various sources that are pushed back and forth on the tides?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ruiz. All right, I think that, Ms. Becerra.
Could I ask a couple of questions on the redirect?
Within that scope, yes.
Mr. Wilson, you've provided no technical analysis of when various sources of water are present at the old station, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. In this hearing, you have presented no technical analysis about when different sources of water are present at the old station, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have, Mr. Bivens.
Okay, great. Let's end it there. Mr. Ruiz, I think that concludes the case in chief presentation of the Delta parties, correct?
Correct.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your time today. You are excused.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe next we were going to move to the NGOs and their presentation of case in chief. Where is Mr. Schutz and Ms. Mertz? There I see Mr. Schutz, and and there's Ms. Mertz.
There was a sticky note.
Okay, so before we get into your cases in chief, first of all, is there going to be a coordinated opening statement from the NGOs?
Yes.
Great. And who will be giving that?
I will be presenting the opening statement.
Okay, wonderful. And then from there, we are going to move to Dr. Zettler-Mann's testimony first, and then a Schutz-Pierce panel. Is that right?
Yes, and it will be, I will introduce Dr. Pierce, and then whichever order you would like, we're going to have them present their summaries as Dr. Pierce and then Mr. Schutz.
Great. Okay, so here is how I would propose we proceed. Let's hear, and feel free other parties to weigh in on this. I would suggest that we hear Ms. Mertz's opening statement and Dr. Zettler-Mann's presentation of his direct written testimony. And then I think that would be a logical time for a break before we get into cross-examination. Does that sound good to everyone? I saw some nodding, and Mr. Becerra.
Yes, Mr. Bivens, I just want to clarify, we will do cross-examination of Dr. Zettler-Mann after his presentation, correct?
Yes. We will take a break. At some point I need a break.
But it will
But yes, we are going to get into his cross-examination after his.
But it will proceed as follows. NGO's opening statement, Zettler-Mann presentation, cross-examination of Zettler-Mann, Pierce Schutz panel, cross-examination of Pierce Schutz panel. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Then with that, Ms. Mertz, I will turn it over to you to make an opening statement, and then we will get Dr. Zettler-Mann sworn in and hear from him. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Bivens. Good afternoon. My name is Keiko Mertz, and I'm the Policy Director of Friends of the River. I appear today on behalf of the Coalition of Environmental Nonprofit Organizations, referred to in this proceeding as the NGO parties. Our protest, and the case in chief we will present, is built on a straightforward premise. The volume of water and operations related to implementation of the transfers and diversions authorized by the Water Transfer Program have been part of a flow regime that has ushered the overall decline of Delta fisheries, including 5 federally listed and 4 state-listed species. So, we ask that the AHO recommend the State Water Board add 3 additional protections to Yuba County Water Agency's permits to mitigate these impacts as authorized by California law. As you have seen in the testimony of witnesses from Yuba County Water Agency, which I will also refer to as Yuba Water, the board exercised its discretion in Corrected Water Rights Order 2008-14 to allow Yuba Water to sell for transfer part of the minimum in-stream flow requirement for the lower Yuba River. The deal that Yuba Water got in 2008 is not an entitlement. The State Water Board has the discretion to further condition Yuba Water's transfer operation for the next 25 years. The state constitution supports such a result. The specific protections we request are, first, a permit term that disallows transfer under the Water Transfer Program whenever Delta water quality objectives are not being met. These water quality objectives represent baseline protections for fisheries and public trust resources during drought periods and other critical times. Allowing transfers to proceed in violation of these standards undermines the board's own regulatory framework and creates real harm to beneficial uses. Second, a permit term that requires Yuba Water to prioritize transfers to diversion facilities that don't operate in a manner that creates extensive take of listed species, sometimes unauthorized. Transfers to East Bay Municipal Utility District and Contra Costa Water District meet this standard. Transfers through the state and federal South Delta export facilities do not. Third, a permit term that limits total transfer volume to 100,000 acre-feet. This ensures that water transfers occur within a volume that is more likely to be consistent with the updated Bay Delta plan and reflective of both present and anticipated water availability conditions, not outdated assumptions from 2007. The evidence that NGO parties will present will demonstrate that special status species have significantly declined since implementation of the water transfer program. Delta smelt, once the most abundant fish in the estuary, are now on the brink of extinction. Longfin smelt were recently listed as federally endangered. These fish were historically a foundational part of the Bay Delta food web. They are now an indicator of the continuing decline of the Bay Delta ecosystem, decline of water quality, and decline of beneficial uses. Central Valley Chinook salmon are also in crisis. Winter run are critically endangered. Spring run, which rely on the Yuba River, are imperiled, and fall run Chinook salmon, the foundation of California's commercial fishery, are experiencing the lowest ever return, resulting in years of closure. You will hear specific, credible, scientific, and operational evidence to support our proposed terms. You will hear how the water transfer program shifts flows from spring to summer and how reduced spring flows from the Yuba River decreases Delta inflow when juvenile salmon and steelhead, including those originating in the Yuba River, are migrating, increasing their risk of mortality. Looks like Mr. Becerra raised his hand.
He has.
Yeah, Mr. Bivens, this goes back to our evidentiary objections and protest. Once again, the NGOs are contesting the basic underlying flow regime is not limited to these transfers.
Ms. Mertz, would you like to respond?
Well, I just disagree with that characterization of the evidence that we're presenting, and also the bullet point that I just read.
Fair enough. Look, I think Mr. Becerra in my procedural ruling, and I think as the testimony that you put on has borne out, the water that's being transferred, or the in-stream flow water, the water that is being released to meet in-stream flow requirements in the lower Yuba River is one component of the transfer. And so I think, to the extent other components potentially have an effect on species in the lower Yuba River, that's fair game. So to the extent that was an objection, that's overruled. All right, Ms. Mertz, sorry, Mr. Becerra. Do you want to respond to that?
I believe Ms. Mertz's statement was the whole flow regime is damaging the fish.
Would you like me to respond?
Distinct components of the transfers.
Fair enough. Well, I think I know what's in play and what's not in play here. And the in-stream flow requirements themselves, I do not think are in play. With that understanding, Ms. Mertz, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Bivens. You will hear how Yuba Water's transfer volumes and revenues spike during dry years and during temporary urgency change orders, precisely when Delta protections are already weakened. You will hear evidence that export facilities used under the water transfer program routinely operate outside normal protective limits under temporary urgency change orders. And you will hear that fishery conditions in the Delta have worsened measurably since the original permit was issued in 2008. When protections for beneficial uses are most needed, Yuba County Water Agency, under the water transfer program, conducts transfers that prioritize millions of dollars in revenue. Public trust resources unfortunately pay the externalities. That is not in the public interest, and it's not consistent with the board's duty to protect public trust resources. The evidence shows condition of Delta fisheries has changed since 2008. The decline is undeniable. Yuba Water asked this board to rely on outdated findings from 2007, despite significant new information. It asks this board to accept the status quo despite devastating declines. But the board need not act in this way. As the California Supreme Court made clear in the Audubon decision, the board has both the authority and the duty to revisit past water rights decisions when circumstances change and public trust resources are at stake. The NGO parties are not asking Yuba Water to fix all of the Delta's problems. Far from it. Instead, we ask that the State Water Board take a deliberately modest approach, one that appropriately conditions the water rights permit before the AHO and board today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mertz. I just to clarify the NGO's position on a couple of those permit terms. So one of them, I understood you to say, is that their transfers should be prohibited whenever Delta water quality objectives are not met. We just heard a whole bunch of testimony about one of those objectives at a specific location. What do your clients have do the NGOs have a position about what water quality objective provides or should provide the relevant standard at the OLD location?
Mr. Schutz would be best to answer that. He's coming on camera too.
No, I don't think we're going to take a position on that. I think that's better expressed and addressed by South Delta.
Fair enough. And then, as I've said throughout this hearing, I have read a lot of documents, and sometimes things get scrambled. On the prioritization of transfer to diversion facilities owned by East Bay Mud and Contra Costa Water District, have you all proposed any specific language that would accomplish that in your submissions in this hearing?
Up till now, it's conceptual. It's not, we don't have a specific language.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, let's thank you, Ms. Mertz, and thank you, Mr. Schutz, for clarifying those issues for me. I appreciate it. Let's see, let me find my oath, and then we will get Dr. Zettler-Mann sworn in and get the show on the road. All right, and there's Dr. Zettler-Mann. Let's get him spotlighted, please. And probably Ms. Mertz as well. Okay, Dr. Zettler-Mann, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Very good. Ms. Mertz, you may proceed. When you introduce Dr. Zettler-Mann, please ask him to affirm that his written testimony is true and correct, and refer to the exhibit number of that testimony, just so we have a nice, clear record. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Bivens. Okay, Dr. Zettler-Mann, can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Yeah, my name is Aaron Zettler-Mann, ZETTLER-MANN.
Do you understand that you're under oath?
Yes, I do.
Is Exhibit Circle 1 an accurate statement of your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any corrections to make to your testimony?
We recently learned that the correct version was served via email. There were some non-substantive formatting errors in the version uploaded to the AHO site.
And did you prepare this testimony?
Yes, I did.
Is Exhibit Circle 2 an accurate statement of your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Are Exhibits Circle 4 through 25 true and correct copies of exhibits to your testimony and relied upon in your testimony?
Yes, those are the ones I relied upon.
And is Exhibit Circle 3 an accurate PowerPoint summary of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And did you prepare that summary?
I did.
If we could pull up Circle 3, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. And Mr. Zettler-Mann, please summarize your testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Mullins. You can go to the next slide. So this graph summarizes in large part my testimony. What we're looking at is different years along the x-axis. On the y, on the left-hand y side, we have revenue from water sales. And on the y-axis on the right side, it is price per acre foot for that water. And my testimony essentially summarizes the different components of water and how those have been named and defined through time, the various purchase prices of that water through time, and then the amount of revenue attributed to water sales per YWA's Yuba Water Agency's financial records as indicated in exhibits 4 through 25. And so, not surprisingly, water prices go up through time. We can see there is a jump in 2016 with an amendment, with the amendment after that in 2020, I believe it was Amendment 7. The maximum price per acre foot jumps up noticeably again. The minimum price per acre foot does not change nearly as dramatically in those years 2016 and 2020. What is noteworthy and goes to that first point in our terms of dismissal is when you have temporary urgency change petitions and then TUCOs in effect in 2014 and then 21, 22, the revenue by earned through water sales is significantly higher than in other years. And so what we see here is that during those critical water year types, when environmental conditions are in the Delta are at their most degraded, the revenue is at its highest. And that's really summarizing my my testimony.
All right, thank you, Dr. Zettler-Mann. I believe I said we would take a break before cross-examination, which we should definitely do. Let's come back at 2:50, and we will kick off with Mr. Becerra's cross-examination. Thank you. Ma'am, are you ready to go back on the record? Great. All right. Mr. Becerra, let's proceed with your cross-examination of Dr. Zetlerman.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Dr. Zetlerman. Just to start with, I'm going to use a number of acronyms, so I just want to state what they are. Your organization is commonly known as CIRCLE, correct?
Yes.
So I'll be using the acronym CIRCLE. And for the court reporter, that acronym is SYRCL.
Yeah. That'll save a lot of time.
I'm sorry?
That will save a lot of time.
Yeah, I'm not saying that whole mouthful. I'll also be referring to the Central Valley Project as the CVP. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And I'll be referring to the State Water Project as the SWP.
Yes.
I'll try to. And do you understand that?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 227? Dr. Zetlerman, did you watch Steve Grinnell discuss this exhibit yesterday?
I did not see him discuss this exhibit yesterday, no.
Okay. Do you see the green hatched areas of the exhibit?
Yes.
Do you understand those are storage releases by Yuba Water?
Yes.
And do you see the dark blue line running across the exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that line reflects the minimum stream flow requirements at the Marysville gauge?
I do.
And do you understand it's Yuba County Water?
Objection. Sorry. Can we clarify what document this is?
I think it's Yuba Water 227.
Is this the first page in the document? My apologies. I'm just wondering what this graph is contained in.
It is an exhibit to Steve Grinnell's testimony.
And this is the first page of that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Continue.
No problem. Dr. Zetlerman, do you understand it's Yuba County Water Agency's obligation to ensure that minimum stream flows at the Marysville gauge are met?
Do.
Is it fair to say this exhibit depicts that Yuba Water released substantial amounts of stored water to meet minimum flow requirements in 2014?
I mean, substantial is a fairly subjective term, but I understand that hydropower projects release water stored in dams in the winter during the spring and summer to, for a variety of needs.
And does this depict that Yuba Water did in fact release stored water to meet minimum stream flow requirements in 2014?
Yes, it does.
Do you know whether 2014 was a critically dry year?
If you give me a moment, I can check, but I do not remember that off the top of my head. 14, yes, appears to have been a critically dry year.
You know whether the CVP and SWP were operating under a temporary urgency change order in this year?
That is my memory, but again, I would want to double check that before confirming.
Is it your understanding that Yuba transfers its storage releases for minimum Yuba flows to the extent possible?
You know what? I am not familiar enough with the different types of water being transferred and where those end up to feel like I can accurately answer that.
Do you know whether when Yuba releases stored water to meet minimum flows at the Marysville gauge, Yuba can transfer that water depending on downstream conditions?
As I understand it, yes, depending on downstream conditions and presumably other variables, that is an option for Yuba.
Do you know whether those stored water releases to meet minimum flows are the majority of Yuba Accord transfer water?
I do not know if they make up a majority, no.
Do you know whether Yuba transfers water based on other operations of its reservoir?
Transfers water. I'm not intimately familiar with what types of water Yuba transfers and when, and the various demarcations between the components. No.
Okay, thank you. Do you see on exhibit Yuba Water 227 that there is a dark blue hatched area?
Dark blue hash. Yes,
Do you see that that is released groundwater substitution water?
I do.
Do you have an understanding of how Yuba makes groundwater substitution transfers?
I believe so.
Do you understand that Yuba's member units and their farmers pump groundwater and forego surface water to implement those transfers?
Yes, that is my understanding of those transfers.
Is that what you understand the dark blue area to be?
Yes.
Do you understand how Yuba Water and its member units split revenues from groundwater substitution transfers?
My understanding is that Yuba Water compensates member units for that groundwater that they pump instead of and forego for surface water.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up circle 004? And Dr. Zetlerman, on this exhibit, you have the column stored water transfer, correct?
Yes.
Is this stored water from any releases by Yuba County Water Agency?
Can we scroll down to the citations, please? Page 2. So based on the citations, we'd have to flip back and forth because it varies. Some of it is stored water transfers, yes.
Okay, can we go back up to the first page, please, Ms. Mullen? Is it fair to say, Dr. Zetlerman, that in this stored water transfer column, it includes water released for minimum flows as well as other storage releases?
Yes.
Okay. And looking over at the right-hand column, water sales, did you deduct from the numbers in that column the money that Yuba paid its member units for stored water or for groundwater substitution transfers?
No, we did not deduct any any costs associated with that revenue.
So the figures in the water sales column do not reflect any deductions for what Yuba paid its member units for groundwater substitution transfers, correct?
Correct. That is just revenue from water sales versus power generation.
So is it fair to say that the water sales numbers in that column are agnostic as to whatever the source of Yuba's water transfers was?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
I'll restate because I think I dropped off at the end. Apologize. Dr. Zetlerman, in that water sales column, is it fair to say it's irrelevant to the numbers what the source of Yuba's water transfer was?
I don't know if I could speak to relevancy because that's not outlined in the financial audited finances. Those numbers are revenue from water sales.
Okay.
I couldn't speak to anything more than that.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Dr. Zetlerman's testimony in exhibit circle 001. And can we please go to page 2, paragraph 3. Thank you. Dr. Zettler-Mann, when you refer to a temporary urgency change order, to whom would that order be issued?
That is a order managing or changing as I understand it, that is an order changing the water quality requirements in the Delta because they cannot be met.
Do you know whether those are orders issued to the CVP and the SWP?
No, I would need to check on that.
To the best of your knowledge, has Yuba been assigned any responsibility for meeting Delta water quality objectives to date?
You know what? I would also need to check on that. The focus of my work is mostly on the Yuba watershed, and the Delta is quite its own thing.
So is it fair to state that in your paragraph 3 purpose of testimony, you don't know to whom the relevant temporary urgency change orders were issued?
My understanding of the temporary urgency change orders is that they are an indicator of environmental quality and water quality in the Delta, and that they are in many ways a proxy for that Delta health based on water quality conditions frequently associated with drought.
So is it fair to say you don't know to whom temporary urgency change orders associated with Delta conditions are issued?
Yeah, in specific, no.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 507? Dr. Zettler-Mann, do you see that this is a copy of Water Code Section 13247?
I do.
Have you ever reviewed this code section before?
Not in detail and not recently.
Do you understand that it generally requires the state board to comply with Bay Delta water quality objectives?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 508? Dr. Zettler-Mann, do you see this as a copy of Government Code Section 8571?
I do.
Do you see that it authorizes the governor to suspend, quote, any regulatory statute during an emergency?
State agency. Yes.
Do you understand that Water Code Section 13247 is a regulatory statute covered by this authorization to the governor?
Yes.
Is it fair to say this statute authorizes the governor to suspend strict compliance with Water Code Section 13247?
Yes, given certain conditions.
Do you know whether the governor has ever suspended the application of Water Code Section 13247 since 2014?
I believe in 2021 and 22.
Do you know whether that was the authorization for the water board to issue temporary urgency change orders altering Delta water quality objectives?
Sorry, could you repeat that? Was that the?
Sure. That might have been a little fast. Do you know whether Government Code Section 8571 was the basis for the governor waiving Water Code Section 13241 and allowing the state board to issue temporary urgency change orders?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I think that's fair. I'll sustain the objection.
I do not know specifically if that is what the governor used.
Hang on.
Sorry.
I'm sensing there is some unfamiliarity with this process. So, Dr. Zettler-Mann, let me explain.
Yes, thank you.
Your representative gets to object to questions. I rule on them. If I overrule the objection, it means you can go ahead and answer. If I sustain the objection, it means that you don't answer and Mr. Becerra either rephrases or moves on. So with that, back to you, Mr. Becerra.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we please go to Dr. Zettler-Mann's testimony in exhibit circle 001 and go to page 3? And paragraph 11. Dr. Zettler-Mann, do you see the last sentence in paragraph 11?
Yes.
Do you know whether the governor had waived compliance with Water Code section 13247, allowing this TUCO to be issued?
My understanding is that there was a TUCO in effect during that year.
And do you know that whether that was possible because the governor had declared a drought emergency in that year?
I am not familiar with the governor's reasoning for that, no.
Okay, thank you. Is it your opinion that the state water board should prohibit water transfers through the Delta during a drought emergency declared by the governor?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I wouldn't say prohibit, no. That a categorical exclusion of all transfers isn't something that we are asking for.
Is it your opinion that all transfers through the Delta should be prohibited when the water board has relaxed Bay Delta water quality requirements under a temporary urgency change order?
No, I take issue with the phrasing all.
Is it your opinion the water board should prohibit just Yuba's transfers in those conditions?
That is also not something that we are suggesting.
Okay. I'd like to pull up exhibit C-SPA number 1. And can we please go to page 13? Oh, first of all, Dr. Zettler-Mann, do you see that this is Mr. Schute's written testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Can we please go to page 13, paragraph 8? I'm sorry, 38. And can you please read to yourself lines 8 through 11?
Okay.
Do you see that Mr. Schutz expresses the opinion that when a TUCO is in effect, Yuba water that Yuba cannot transfer might just be diverted by others?
Objection, this mischaracterizes Mr. Schutz's testimony. There's a lot of context to this paragraph that's missing from what's on the screen.
Okay, I will. Okay, one, I'm going to overrule the objection, but Dr. Zettler-Mann, I think, is quite capable of caveating his answer as he needs to. Mr. Schutz has his hand raised, so I will.
I do. I would just point out that I've submitted corrected testimony and that this testimony has been superseded. I don't think it changes the citation here in this particular paragraph, but it might be advisable to use that corrected testimony.
Yes, thank you for bringing that to my attention, Mr. Schutz. Ms. Mullen, can we have, I think it's C-SPA 1C, just so we have a clear record. I don't think it matters, but we had a similar issue with ID and I want a clean record. So here's C spot 1C. We can go to 38. Mr. Becerra, we'll go back to paragraph 38 and then given that, no, I'm sorry, paragraph 38, Ms. Mullen. I can't remember where that
Page
was.
13, I believe.
Thank you. And now with that extended colloquy, I suspect everyone has forgotten the question.
Yeah.
So let's try again.
Okay, so first, Dr. Zettlerman, please take a minute to read lines 8 through 11 to confirm they're the same.
All right.
Is it possible that when a TUCO is in effect and Yuba might be prohibited from transferring water, others downstream just might divert it anyway?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled answer. You can answer to the extent that you know.
I suppose it is hypothetically possible, given water rights and other constraints. Yeah.
So if Yuba were prohibited from transferring water under conditions where TUCO exists for Bay Delta water quality, the prohibition might not improve Delta water quality at all, correct?
Yeah, I suppose hypothetically, depending on other conditions and variables that may or may not limit the transfer of that water.
Thank you. Ms. Mull, can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 509? And Dr. Zettler-Band, do you see that this is a copy of Water Code section 1435?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever reviewed this code section before?
I have not.
Do you understand whether it's the governing authority for the water board to issue temporary urgency change orders?
I would have to read it more closely than I have been able to write so far.
Is it your opinion that under this code section, the state board should prohibit Yuba from transferring water under any conditions in which a temporary urgency change order has changed Bay Delta water quality requirements?
Objection, lack of foundation, vague and ambiguous.
Sustained
Relevant.
sustained as to lack of foundation.
Can we please go back to Dr. Zettler-Mann's testimony in circle 001? And can we please go to paragraph 3 at the top of page 2? Dr. Zettler-Mann, is it correct that you are testifying in support of a approval term on Yuba's transfers that they would be prohibited whenever the water board issues a temporary urgency change order that changes Delta water quality requirements?
Yes.
Okay. Can we please go back to exhibit Yuba Water 509? And once again, we're on Water Code section 1435. Okay. Dr. Zettler-Mann, is it your proposal that the water board under this code section should always prohibit Yuba from transferring water if there is a temporary urgency change order altering Bay Delta water quality requirements?
Yes.
Do you see in subdivision A that in a temporary urgency change order, the water board can issue conditions on that order?
I do.
Is it your proposal that the current state water board should prohibit future water boards from exercising that discretion under this code section?
No, I think I recognize that conditions in the future will not be the same as they are today, that adaptation is important.
So are you not proposing that all future Yuba transfers should be prohibited when there is a TUCO altering Delta water quality conditions?
I think that limiting transfers or prohibiting transfers during a TUCO is an important step in protecting the health of the Delta, but that is not a permanent, doesn't have to be a permanent solution. That as conditions change, as technologies change, as points of diversion change, it is possible that those kinds of decisions could be reevaluated.
So is it your proposal that under this code section in a future TUCO altering Bay Delta requirements, the board would reconsider a prohibition on Yuba transfers?
That feels a little speculative to me, but I don't see any reason why not. New information and new conditions warrant reconsideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we please go back to Dr. Zettler-Mann's testimony in circle 001? And can we please scroll down there to paragraph 4? Is it an accurate summary, Dr. Zettler-Mann, that beginning at paragraph 4, you have a discussion of the prices at which Yuba Water transfers water?
Yes.
Okay. Can we please go down to page 3 and paragraph 11? And what is your source of information for the last sentence in that paragraph?
I'd have to go back and look at notes as I prepared the document.
Okay. Is it your opinion that the price at which Yuba transfers water affects the environmental effects of those transfers?
No, price is a convenient metric in the absence of water volume.
Is it your opinion that the revenues Yuba Water receives for those transfers affect the transfer's environmental effects in any way?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
No, revenue is not the issue here.
Thank you. Can we please scroll up to paragraph 1 of this testimony? Dr. Zettler-Mann, you have been Circle's executive director since 2023, correct?
Correct.
What are the responsibilities of that job?
Oh man.
In general.
Overseeing an organization that has a robust restoration and monitoring program, including salmonid habitat in the lower Yuba, forest health, meadow restoration work. We also have an education department, again, something that we work closely with Yuba Water Agency on, taking kids out in lower Yuba and also monitoring alongside our scientists. The Wild and Scenic Film Festival is held annually in Nevada City, and 120-ish probably this coming year, cities across the country. There's also advocacy and a large community engagement, volunteer network, river cleanups, etc.
Does your job involve at least overseeing grant applications by Circle?
Yes.
Do you at least oversee Circle's public communications?
Not 100% of them, but certainly oversee, yeah.
And do you oversee Circle's social media presence generally?
Generally or not, but not on a post by post basis.
Okay. Before you were executive director, you were the watershed science director, correct?
Correct.
And what were the responsibilities of that position?
I oversaw the watershed science department, including our restoration projects and monitoring efforts.
Did that job involve at least overseeing making grant applications?
Yes, it did.
In your experience, does Circle seek funding from Yuba Water?
Yeah, we have.
And what kind of funding?
It varies a lot. We get funding for projects as cash match. So that's funding that we receive that helps pay for construction costs for restoration projects. Yuba Water Agency has been very generous as it relates to our salmon expeditions and funding so that fourth graders in Yuba County, just about all of them, can attend our salmon expedition programs in the lower Yuba. We're also partners on some forest health project in the north, forest health projects in the North Yuba.
How often do you obtain grants from Yuba Water? Every year?
Yeah, I think roughly every year is fair.
Okay, thank you. Can we please pull up exhibit circle 024? Dr. Zettler, these are Yuba's financial statements for the years ending June 30, 2020 and 2021, correct?
If you scroll down, I believe so, but thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Those years overlap your employment with Circle, is that right?
That is correct.
Can we please go to PDF page 50, which is page 39 of the document? Do you see that this page lists the grants and other funding Yuba provided within Yuba County in those years?
Yes, I do.
About halfway down the list, do you see the line South Yuba River Citizens League salmon tours?
I do.
What do those involve?
Those involve taking students, almost exclusively fourth graders, on a river trip on the lower Yuba River. We talk about salmon restoration or salmon life cycle restoration projects, the food web, that kind of thing.
Do you see that in fiscal year 2021, Yuba provided grants for that Circle program of about $67,000?
I do.
Do you see that in 2020, Yuba provided Circle $45,000 and change in grant funding?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether any of this funding came from Yuba's water transfer revenues?
I do not know the source of the funding.
In your opinion, do Circle's salmon tours promote the public interest?
Yes, I believe they do.
Down towards the bottom of this list, and we may need to scroll down, Miss. Thank you very much. Dr. Zettler, do you see the line South Yuba River Citizens League Watershed Coordinators?
Yes.
And do you see that it indicates that in fiscal year 2020, Yuba provided a grant to Circle of $235,000 for that program?
I do see that.
What are Circle's watershed coordinators?
So depending on when that grant was made, it likely was before my time. I started in March of 2020. I can tell you at this point that watershed coordinator is not a current job description.
What was that program to the best of your knowledge?
I'm not sure. I would have to dig back into record to see what that may have entailed.
To the best of based on the best knowledge you have, was that Circle program in the public interest?
Yes, I would imagine so.
To your knowledge, did the $235,000 Yuba granted Circle for that program, was it in the public interest? I'm sorry, I stated the last question. It's starting to get to me here. To the best of your knowledge, Dr. Zettler, that $235,000, did it involve any water transfer revenues of Yuba?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. Closer to the top of the list, there's a line, actually, why don't we stay right there? It's right at the top, water education curriculum. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you know what that program is?
I believe that is probably the development of educational curriculum related to water and salmon. But
And
that's a guess. I'm not familiar with that specific program.
do you know whether Circle was involved in it?
I believe we did work together on some of that curriculum development. I know the Salmon Expeditions program is part of that, or is part of that ongoing curriculum development.
And do you see that Yuba Water provided a grant of about $28,000 in fiscal year 2020 for that program?
I do.
Do you see that in 2021, Yuba provided a grant of about $380,000 for that
I do.
program?
Yep.
Mr. Becerra, where are we going with this? I can appreciate there's been a bunch of grants made, but why should we care?
Well, the gist of Dr. Zettler-Mann's testimony is that Yuba's revenues go up in dry years, and that is a problem because of TUCOs. I'm demonstrating that those revenues are dedicated to the public interest in many cases.
Okay, I think you've made your point then.
Okay. I could ask about further financial statements, but we'll stop there.
Thank you.
Can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 506? I'm sorry, misnumbered. Yuba Water 510, please. Thank you. Dr. Zettler-Mann, do you... Oh, stop. Dr. Zettler-Mann, do you recognize this as a post from LinkedIn about 4 weeks ago by Circle?
Objection, relevance.
Well, it may or may not be tangentially relevant, but I think it's an undue consumption of time compared to the probative value. So let's move on, Mr. Becerra.
Okay. Let's pull up exhibit Yuba Water 511. Dr. Zettler-Mann, do you recognize this as a web page from that was posted on Circle's website?
I do.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled as of now.
Yes, I do.
Can we please scroll down? I believe it's the next page. Do you see that on this webpage it states that Circle presented Yuba Water Agency with its Partner of the Year award in 2023?
I do.
And that's a picture of you presenting the award, is that right?
That is correct.
Do you recall why Circle gave that award to Yuba in 2023?
Not in specific, but probably through our partnerships on the Lower Longbar project, and potentially also tied into the North Yuba Forest Partnership and Education Department.
Okay, what was the Longbar project?
It was a salmon restoration project, restoring about 42 acres of salmon habitat in the Lower Yuba.
Did Yuba provide funding for that project?
Yeah, it was around 10% of the total project cost.
And so in terms of actual dollars, was that $10,000,
It
$100,000?
was neighborhood of 300,000, if memory serves.
Do you know whether any of that money came from Yuba's transfer revenues?
I do not know.
And I believe you mentioned one other project. I think it was the Forest Partnership Project. Is that right?
Yeah, the North Yuba Forest Partnership, yes.
And what is that program?
That is a forest health project in the North Yuba, largely protecting the rural communities of Downeyville, Sierra City, and of course, power infrastructure and facilities at New Bullards Bar.
Did Yuba provide funding for that project?
They have provided funding for that project, yes.
Do you recall approximately how much?
No, not as it relates to Circle specifically.
Would you consider that project to be in the public interest?
Both of them, yes.
And that's all I have for cross-examination for Dr. Zettlerman.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Department of Water Resources, Mr. Sutherland, do you have cross-examination for Dr. Zettlerman?
Do not, thank you.
And Ms. Mandel Rice, do the state water contractors have cross-examination for Dr. Zettlerman?
We do not, thank you.
Okay, very good. I have one question for you, Dr. Zettlerman, and I'll preface it by saying that I appreciate that there is not argument in your written testimony, and I will commend you for that. That said, I do want to understand what exactly Circle's position is here with respect to revenues. I mean, I understand the environmental impact concerns that the NGOs are raising. I think I understand the consternation around temporary urgency change orders, at least to some extent. I'm not sure that the State Water Board or State of California, frankly, has ever had an objection to water transferors making money from water transfers. So what's the relationship between the revenues and the prices that you've outlined and the concerns that Circle is raising as a protestant in this proceeding?
Data availability. It's our concern is my concern is more tied to environmental health and water quality in the Delta as it relates to water transfers. And revenue is a metric that is easily accessible. We can find that number.
Fair enough. I mean, I feel like we've seen, and certainly in the CEQA document, there's a reasonable amount of data about how much water Yuba Water has transferred over the years under its current and past program, right?
I believe so. I would have to pull up the CEQA document.
Okay. I mean, is there any particular reason you chose to focus on revenues and prices as opposed to the actual quantities of water that were transferred as reported in the CEQA document and other documents in this proceeding?
The ability to, data availability, ease of data ability, and finding those numbers.
So it was basically, if I can just characterize
convenience.
Convenience. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I will leave it at that. Ms. Mertz, back to you for any redirect within the scope of those questions, including Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Bivens. Do you mind if I take a couple minutes to just peek at my notes and see if I have any redirect?
Yeah, let's take 6 minutes. We'll come back at 3:40.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, are we ready to go back on the record? Wonderful. Ms. Mertz, are you with us?
Hi, yes,
Great. Do you have any redirect for Dr. Zetlerman?
we do not.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Dr. Zetlerman. I appreciate your time and your testimony today. You are excused. With that, so I think we have one panel left, do we not? It's Dr. Pierce and Mr. Schutz. So I don't think there's, just based on the estimates that were given yesterday, I don't think there's any way we get completely done with cross-examination today. So, I mean, look, we can do this in one of two ways. We can power through here, Dr. Schutz, or sorry, Mr. Schutz and Dr. Pierce's summaries of their direct testimony, and potentially get into cross-examination and pick up on Monday. Or it is 3:41. We could stop for the day and do everything related to Mr. Schutz and Dr. Pierce on when we reconvene on Monday. Does anyone have a preference as to how we proceed? I'll start with you, Mr. Becerra.
I think it would make sense for them to give their presentations and then stop.
Okay. Ms. Mertz, Mr. Schutz, is that all right with you?
Fine with me.
Okay. And do we have Dr. Pierce with us? There's someone in the attendee zone. Let's get, from my team, let's get Dr. Pierce promoted, please. And there's Dr. Pierce. All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Pierce. Okay. I need to administer the oath. Actually, one point of order, Mr. Schutz, is I assume Ms. Mertz is going to be handling objections for your cross-examination to the extent that ends up necessary. Okay, wonderful. All right, let me find my oath again. You think I would have it memorized by now, but okay.
May I interrupt for a moment?
Yes.
Just so I'm clear on process for today, we're giving their summaries of testimony and then stopping for the day, and then cross-examination will begin Monday morning?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. All right, and we'll administer the oath to both of you, and then Ms. Mertz, same process. You can introduce them, ask them to affirm that their written testimony is true and correct with a reference to the exhibit number, and then they can go ahead and provide their summaries. All right, we'll start with you, Mr. Schutz. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. And Dr. Pierce, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. All right. Ms. Mertz, your witnesses.
Thank you. Dr. Pierce, can you please state your name for the record?
Devin Pierce.
And do you understand that you're under oath?
I do.
Is Exhibit FOR2 an accurate statement of your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No, not at this time.
And did you prepare that testimony?
I did.
Is Exhibit FOR1 an accurate statement of your qualifications?
Mm-hmm. It is.
Are exhibits...
Sorry, one point of order, Dr. Pierce, the court reporter for our record, we need yeses and nos, mm-hms and stuff do not make for a good written record.
Thank you.
All right, back to you.
I might have to go back. I can't remember where I stopped. So is Exhibit FOR1 an accurate statement of your qualifications?
Yes.
Are exhibits FOR3 to 14 true and correct copies of exhibits to your testimony and relied upon in your testimony?
Yes.
Is exhibit FOR15 an accurate PowerPoint summary of your testimony?
Yes.
And did you prepare that summary?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please bring up Exhibit FOR 15? And Dr. Pierce, would you please summarize your testimony?
Yes, I will. So just to briefly introduce myself, I'm here today as the lead scientist for Friends of the River, representing them in this proceeding. Prior to this, I was a fisheries biologist at the National Marine Fisheries Service for over 20 years, and have worked on salmon and steelhead in California for that time with many colleagues. I want to my testimony is kind of divided into two parts. One is quite focused, and that's what these slides are. And then there's a few points that I make in parts of it that are not contained in the slides. I'll call up the appropriate exhibits when I get to that point. By way of a little bit of background, this work that I'm presenting here in these slides was part of work that I conducted when I was at National Marine Fisheries Service. This was to evaluate impacts at the CVP and SWP salvage facilities. That's fish that are entrained during pumping operations at those facilities for water export. Tend to use the word salvage. That is not the same as loss. And there's a extrapolation there between how many samples were actually captured at the pumps, which may survive, and how many are presumed to be lost and therefore be a negative impact of those water exports. So for this project, we were evaluating specifically steelhead that were migrating downstream and trying to evaluate and better assign where they were coming from, whether they were hatchery fish or wild fish, and wild fish from which populations they came from. So I'm just going to kind of go straight to results. These slides come from talks that I've given previously. And importantly, in 2024, there was a lot more fish entrained in the pump operations. So there was a great concern about where these fish were coming from. And so we stepped up our analysis at that point in time during 2024 and evaluated those fish, used genetic analysis to identify hatchery fish and wild fish. And then among the wild fish, the fish that we concluded were wild, we did our best to assign them we use genetic analyses again, a different type of analysis, to assign them to natural populations. And so one of the main results that I think is relevant to the proceeding here is that a fairly significant proportion, over 30%, were assigned to Yuba River origins, showing that these delta pumping operations were having a fairly significant impact on outmigrating Yuba steelhead and by extension, therefore, likely also other fish such as Chinook salmon that were migrating out of there. This migratory timing, and I'll show you another slide in a second, had a very strong peak in the springtime, centered around April with quite a bit of impact before and after. If we can go to the next slide. This is a plot of the timing of captures. This is from archival samples, not 2024, but this is from, I believe, 2014 through 2020. So these are samples that we were evaluating that have been collected over many years. So it's a distribution of return timing. These samples are divided into fish that have had their adipose fin clipped removed in the top panel and those that have not in the bottom panel.
This is the core reporter. If you could please slow down. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. The fish in the lower panel are presumed to be wild fish. They have not had their adipose fin removed. And also, we were not able to assign them to hatchery parents. So that's showing a distribution of outmigration and when those fish were entrained in the CVP and SWP pumps. And a point I want to make here is that it centers around the end of March, beginning of April. April 1st is that line, that vertical line. And so impacts are happening during that period of time between January and the end of March, and then continuing on until the end of June. Next slide. This is just another representation of timing. This is only for the fish that we concluded were wild fish. And you can see the Yuba River is the second row here, and just showing that it matches that same distribution. So Fish are emigrating out of the Yuba and being entrained in those export facilities throughout that spring period between about January and June. And this figure is actually for the 2024 samples, where we were able to assign things to wild populations. So it's showing that this pattern of spring migration and salvage at the pumps is consistent across years and in this year of 2024. I think an important point of that is that, and I try to make this in my testimony, I believe, that Yuba fish are coming from the north part of the Sacramento system, along with fish from Battle Creek coming out of Coleman Hatchery, Feather River, and yet they're being impacted directly by these Central Valley water exports at the South Delta pumps. That's all I have from the slides. If we could pull up my actual testimony, I believe that was FOR 2, is that correct? Sorry, yeah, FOR 2. There's a couple of points I wanted to make that I didn't really make in the slides. If we could go down to paragraph 15. The point has been made that a lot of effort and investment has been made. I wrote here by NIMS and state agencies and local organizations, but that includes Yuba Water, I know, have made major investments to improve habitat conditions in the Yuba. But the benefits from those are going to be dependent on flow in that system and on the downstream impact of that flow out into the Delta and through the Delta. And that's why I'm emphasizing that timing at the South Delta pumps. Flow coming out of the Yuba contributes to overall flow through the Delta. And so that it makes it important to have it being at a time when it's going to be a maximum benefit to fisheries that are out migrating in the spring. Yeah, just a final point. Where did that go? Can I just read this for a second? Yeah, the second to last sentence I talk about in that paragraph, the continuation of water transfers and other factors that decrease spring flows, especially in dry years. And I'll note that the impacts are particularly acute in dry years and that the lower Yuba fisheries agreement discusses the expected frequency of dry years. But since we're considering a permit reissuance that will go through 2050, I think we should expect that the frequency of those dry years will be increasing in the future. And therefore, impacts of water transfers during those dry years will be particularly problematic going forward. And that's a pretty complete summary of my testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Let's see, we did the oath for Mr. Schutz already. Sorry, we're getting to that point in the day, Ms. Mertz. So if you could confirm his written testimony, and then Mr. Schutz can go off to the races.
Oh, there he is. Sorry. It is that point in the day, Mr. Vivens. Good afternoon, Mr. Schutz.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Chris Schutz.
And do you understand that you're under oath?
I do.
Is Exhibit C-SPA 1C an accurate statement of your written testimony?
It is.
And did you prepare that testimony?
I did.
Have you, to the best of your knowledge, corrected your original testimony consistent with the hearing officer's July 11th, 2025 procedural ruling?
I have.
Is Exhibit C-SPA 2 an accurate statement of your qualifications?
It is.
Are Exhibits C-SPA 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 true and correct copies of exhibits to your testimony and relied upon in your testimony?
All except C-SPA 18, which was addressed in part of the testimony that was withdrawn. So I've indicated on my updated exhibit list that exhibit C spot 18 has been withdrawn.
Thank you.
Mr.
Is
Becerra.
exhibit C spot, I'm sorry, did somebody?
Mr. Becerra has his hand raised.
Yeah, just a question about how we're handling CSPA 7. The question was, is it relied on in his testimony? It's 5,808 pages long. I don't think he relied on all of it. I assume perhaps what we'll do is after rebuttal, we'll get into how much of that document will actually be admitted. Is that accurate, Mr. Bivens?
Let's see. So one, I guess you can, ask him a matter of questions about the extent to which he relied on that document in cross-examination. At least in his written testimony, I think it was for a fairly limited purpose. And then, yeah, let me finish. And then, yes, so in my procedural ruling, I made clear that I was only going to consider statements in CSPA 7 to the extent they were, addressed by a witness. I think that limitation probably obviates the need to argue about whether the whole thing comes in, because I'm not going to let any party point to, random, well, random's not the right word, but I'm not going to let any party point to statements that were not, addressed by, or sections that were not specifically addressed by a witness. So hopefully we can obviate the need to argue about the admission of that entirety, about the entirety of that document with that limitation in place. But if we need to revisit that after rebuttal, I think we can do that, Mr. Becerra.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
All right. Back to you, Ms. Mertz.
Thank you. Mr. Schutz, is exhibit CSPA 19C an accurate PowerPoint summary of your testimony?
It is.
And did you prepare that summary?
I did.
And did you, to the best of your knowledge, correct that summary of your testimony consistent with the hearing officer's July 11th procedural ruling?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Mullen, can we please bring up CSPA 19C?
Before you do that, I have one additional correction that I missed on page 11 of my testimony. In line 4, it says C circle dash XX, and that should be 004.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz.
All right, Mr. Schutz. Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Schutz. I'm the Executive Director of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. I've been with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, also known by the acronym generally called CSPA, since 2006. I was the Water Rights Advocate and FERC Projects Director for the period from 2006 to 2023, when I became executive director. I have extensive history working in the Yuba River watershed on the relicensings of the Yuba Bear and Drum Spalding projects, on the relicensing of the Yuba River Development Project, on a lot of associated activities related to those things. Also, some of the water rights involved with Nevada Irrigation District. I also, over the last 15 years, have developed extensive knowledge of the operations of the Central Valley Project and State Water Project. And in particular, I filed CSPA's objections primarily as author, but sometimes as contributor to temporary urgency change petitions in 2014, 2015, 2021, 2022, and then in a somewhat different instance in 2023. Through these activities, I've developed an extensive understanding of the multivariate actions that create flow and water quality conditions in the Delta. Would you go to the next slide, please? The purpose of my testimony is to support 3 proposed permit terms, that there be no transfers allowed under this permit when Delta water quality standards are not being met, that there be a priority for transfers to East Bay Mud or Contra Costa Water District, or for that matter, for anyone who doesn't export water through the state and federal facilities. And finally, a limitation on the annual transfer amount to 100,000 acre feet. Next slide, please. Part of my testimony addresses some of the findings that were made in the corrected water rights order 2008-14, and my recommendation that the board not rely on those, but revisit them as the board makes its findings. Specifically, there have been no proven environmental benefits, no improvements in proven benefits to fish in the Delta from the environmental water account, as was cited as in the findings in Water Rights Order 2008-14. Also, that subsequent science emphasizes the importance of winter and spring flow through the Delta. Next slide, please. The petitions.
One moment, Mr. Schutz. Mr. Becerra.
Can we please go back to the previous slide? On the second bullet, once again, this is an argument by the NGOs about the overall stream flow regime, not accord transfers.
This second bullet, subsequent science emphasizes importance of winter spring flow through the Delta?
Yes, it's an argument about whether spring flow should be higher.
Well, he's talking about the Delta. I think your client's in-stream flow requirements end at the Marysville gauge, correct?
Yes, but it's all connected.
No, I'm going to allow that. Let's objection overruled. Let's proceed.
And if we could go to slide 4, please. The petition states all regulatory and environmental requirements shall be met or are met prior to the delivery of accord transfers. As I described in my testimony, Yuba Water Agency, the Department of Water Resources, the Bureau of Reclamation, and the State Water Board have historically found that requirements were met when D-1641 conditions were modified by temporary urgency change orders for Delta operations. We're proposing that the transfers under the Yuba Accord be limited to when the requirements are met as stated in the conditions, the underlying conditions of D-1641 or other applicable requirements. Next slide, please. Some of the hearing questions asked what would happen to transfer water if it were all or in part disallowed. I answer that rather extensively, and here I just summarize some of the factors that would be involved in some of the sort of contingencies one would have to look at in order to answer the question. Water, as a general matter, would still generate power for YCWA. Of course, water that was spilled would not, but water that is spilled is not used for transfer. Groundwater substitution is sort of in a different category, and I talk about some of that in my testimony. Otherwise, there are a number of important variables. A few of them are downstream diversions. Water could be diverted downstream. The time of year, what the applicable requirements are in particular, and the hydrology and other operations. excess or balanced conditions in the delta would make a difference. Prevailing delta requirements would make a difference, and whether temporary urgency change orders are in effect would also make a difference. Next slide, please. Yuba Water Agency's proposed permit terms sort of in themselves, in the context of how they're structured, recognize that the impacts of East Bay Mud and Contra Costa Water District's diversions in the December through June period have less impact than deliveries through the South and South State Water Project and Central Valley Project export facilities. These two entities have generally reliable and diversified water supply, as opposed to State Water Project and Central Valley Project contractors who virtually never receive full allocations. Our proposal is that the transfers should go to those that don't export through the export facilities and that have generally reliable water supply portfolios. Next slide. As far as the reduction in transfer volume goes, we don't know right now what the future Delta water quality requirements are going to be. I know that I've been in hearings in the past that that addressed this question, and some of those were over 10 years ago, trying to anticipate what was going to happen in the future. And we're still 15 years after the Delta Flow Criteria report, trying to figure out what the actual shape of the Bay Delta plan is going to be. In my testimony, I stated that the best thing that can be done today is to make an analysis of how much transfer water may be available or may not be available to YCWA in the future and set a limit. And that there is a public interest in setting expectations consistent with what the water purchase agreement can reliably deliver. Next slide, please. Again, the three proposed transfer permit terms are meeting Delta water quality requirements as a precondition to transfers, prioritizing transfers to East Bay Mud and Contra Costa, and limiting the annual transfer volume to 100,000 acre feet. Last slide, please. And that concludes the summary of my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. I'm going to ask you one question, and then we'll adjourn for the day. And this has to do with your comment on slide 6 and elsewhere in your testimony, that the state board should develop some kind of permit term that would prioritize the transfer of Yuba River water to entities such as East Bay Mud and Contra Costa Water District, who have more reliable water supply portfolios. And I'm curious why that's the case, because it occurs to me that the entities who don't have reliable water supplies might frankly need to transfer water more. Is this a matter of incentives? I mean, what's driving that request from CSPOT?
Partly it's a question of incentives, but partly also it's a question of what the actual function of the transfers is. Basically, it's my view that these entities have responsible management and of their water supply portfolios, that they have a need in certain extreme cases, and that it really is a quick case of need in exceptional circumstances. My view of the transfers to many of the other entities is that you're basically trying to backfill something that will never be backfilled.
Okay.
That
I can track that at least.
Okay.
All right. And others may have more questions for you on Monday, but that's all I've got now. I wanted to make sure I understood that line of argument. Okay. With that, before we adjourn for the day, does anyone have any procedural or logistical issues that they would like to address before we reconvene on Monday morning? Mr. McClure.
Thank you. Just in terms of obtaining transcripts, is that something that we need to arrange through the court reporter directly or Yuba, or is the hearing officer also receiving copies?
So I am not receiving copies. I can't remember whether I put this in the hearing notice or whether I just talked about this at a previous pre-hearing conference or status conference. So Mr. Becerra and his law firm have hired the court reporter. You know, if you want to get a transcript from them, you can talk to Mr. Becerra. The AHO's position on these privately retained court reporters has been, and I think will continue to be, you know, we're not going to require privately obtained transcripts to be made available. However, if Yuba Water wants to cite that written transcript in its closing brief, it needs to be the entire transcript needs to be submitted to the AHO.
And may I ask when the entire transcript would need to be submitted to the AHO?
It would need to be submitted at the time well, actually, that's a good question because we are not doing response. Are we doing? Sorry, I'm a little unorganized here at the end of the day. We are not doing responding closing briefs in this proceeding, are we? I could go back and look at the hearing notice, but I don't think we've done that.
I believe that's
Not sure. I'm not sure on that front, but may I offer that in preparation of closing briefs and in reading of those briefs, when everyone has access to the transcripts and cites to those transcripts rather than timestamps in the YouTube videos, it's just a lot easier and more efficient for everyone in their review. So I'll leave it at that.
Yes, no, I mean, I certainly appreciate having a transcript. I appreciated having them when I was a litigant in these proceedings. Let me think about what I want to do about that. Thank you for raising it, Mr. Schutz. And I will consider what I want to do about it, but not today. I will have thoughts on that. Mr. Becerra, if you would like to chime in.
We certainly don't have any objections of other parties obtaining copies from the reporter.
Okay, well then that I think is the way to proceed. So you all should make arrangements to get those transcripts directly with the court reporter.
Shall we just communicate with Mr. Becerra offline to obtain the court reporter's information?
Yes, please.
Happy to provide it.
Thank you.
All right. I'm glad. Well, that was much easier to resolve than the direction we were going in. Thank you, Mr. Becerra. All right. Anything else before we adjourn? All right. Very good. Thank you all for another very efficient hearing day. Thank you to our witnesses who have appeared today. And I will see you all again on Monday morning.
Thank you, everyone.